Let's create some characters.
All right.
Let's create some characters.
Here we're all good. We're all set up in the recap screen, and here
Let's create some characters.
go. Last time we
Let's create some
met,
characters.
our heroes made their way from the Stony camp, and upon emerging from
Let's create some characters.
the Svalich woods, they could see the walls of the rock. The party had a disagreement
Let's create some characters.
on how to approach, where Mane just decided last second to not disguise himself before
Let's create some
approaching the
characters.
gates, while the agreed plan at the time was that anyone else recognizable in the party was making
create
a point
some
to look like
characters.
someone else or just be entirely. Manu was
Let's create some characters.
For the Walker in the former Burgomaster's mansion, now used as
Let's create some characters.
House. The rest of the party was free to do what they doobly do. I think
Let's create some
Jacques
characters.
and Golem Jock posted up in the potentially with invisible guitar.
Let's create some characters.
And while Manu was busy being praised,
Let's create some characters.
Tegan and Eddie snuck into the mansion, deftly through.
Let's create some characters.
With Tegan's skillful application of acid and Eddie's roots.
Let's create some characters.
The covert duo managed to escape with a massive magical mirror. In addition to
Let's create some characters.
Quickly, the party made their separate, mostly stealthily
Let's create some characters.
One of the Walker's guards, however, a would-be witness and whistleblower, did need an axe to
Let's create some characters.
earlobes to ensure that the party's exits didn't sound in alarms.
Let's create some
Regrouping
characters.
behind the tree line, our heroes then doubled back towards Krezk, the Abbey, and hopefully
Let's create some characters.
The safety of the party,
Let's create some characters.
Svalich road that had been assured to them by Strahd does seem to have been suspended now.
Let's
that
create
they
some
are
characters.
traveling directly towards Castle Ravenloft and its invitation. The party was set upon by wolves.
Let's create some
With
characters.
the party stronger now, it proved a short fight, but a setback nonetheless.
Let's create some characters.
And so, the old Svalich road
Let's create some
out
characters.
before you, with slain wolves at your feet.
Let's
your
create some
journey to
characters.
Krezk left less than half complete, and the reality sinking in that whatever protection
Let's
that
create
was
some
keeping
characters.
the hostile encounters at bay is gone. And with all the nasty things that skulk,
Let's create some
Svalich,
characters.
You're bound to run into something else that wants to harm you before you reach the walled village.
Let's create some characters.
See through the gloom that you should make haste should you wish to make it to the gates before nightfall. In
Let's
the
create some
distance,
characters.
You hear a chorus of wolves howling. And this is the part where the
Let's create some
recap is
characters.
over, so I shut the fuck up and y'all can get to role play.
Let's create some characters.
Brooke, can you remind me what a mirror did? Because I remember it wasn't just a mirror. Or maybe
I got
there
this.
was something else.
Mirrors reflect images, so you can use it to check your beautiful sallow skin, your lank dead hair. You can apply makeup to try and hide your sunken sockets. The uses are many and incredible, Eddie.
So anyway,
bugbears are are unable to recognize themselves in mirrors, much like I know there's it's called, what is, I was trying to look it up. I was like, what is the understanding of oneself in a mirror called in animals?
Self-actualization?
Maybe.
You know, since we both said it, it's got to be true.
That's how it works. At least
if it wasn't, it is now. So
Yeah.
anyway, the inscription seemed to insinuate that its function is that it can summon some kind of assassin or spectral assassin or something along those lines. And
How did we figure that out?
because I have a +7 and I rolled a nat 20 on Arcana.
That's right. So you were just like, oh, it's one of those damn assassin mirrors.
Exactly like that too.
Okay.
Kinda.
No,
Yeah.
that's sweet. Do you know if it's since Tegan knows what it is, does Tegan know how it works and if we would be in control of the assassin or if the assassin is beholden to only one master?
We're not
I
entirely
think it's
certain
pretty
on
good
that.
guesses based on context clues. You haven't cast an identifier or anything with it, but I think based on inscriptions around it and whisperings that only Tegan could hear, it seems to be, and I think Tegan made some sort of check to check like what kind of aura it had, and yeah, y'all seem to guess pretty well that it might summon some sort of an assassin, but
Right.
mechanically
use
written
detect
out, you
magic
don't have it
and
identified or
concentrate.
anything.
Yeah, we know how to activate it if we want to, but we're not actually certain of all of the finer points and details of what exactly would happen if we did use it. So we have the knowledge to use it. We don't know if that's how bad of an idea that would be yet. Flesh Jack can cast Identify, but because that takes a while to do,
Yeah.
our plan is to do that while the Abbot reses Dratari was the.
Okay, that makes sense.
I would definitely prefer casting it as
that
a
was like the
ritual,
last thing I
so.
remembered doing was carrying a big mirror around. So I was like, wanted to get all my mirror knowledge in check for the day.
Yep, that is what happened.
Sweet.
That's our story,
that is
and we're sticking
pretty
to it.
dang cool.
But yeah. Fiona actually wrote the how to activate it above and below the mirror itself, which is just absolutely terrible infosec in the first place. But
I mean, it really is.
how's the joke? The expert way to the expert way to hack a hospital computer is to use the password posted to the front of the monitor. The pro expert way to hack a hospital computer is to use the password on the sticky note that's on the back of the computer.
I thought the true way to enter is just to speak friend.
Only if it's an elvish computer.
No. That's for a dwarvish computer for the dwarves who actually like elves.
Ah!
There you go. We're close.
I keep forgetting there are actually dwarves that like elves. The fools.
Anyways, back to the game.
And that worked out so well for them, too.
What's one massacre between friends?
So, we are
y'all
on the road.
Losing daylight. What is your travel pace? You estimate the amount of distance you have to travel to get back to Krezk. If you're moving at a slow or normal pace, you're not going to get to the gates before dark. If you're moving at a quick pace, you're probably going to get to the gates before dark.
I will go as fast as my stubby little legs can take me.
Yeah. I can go 40 feet so I can go 30 feet.
If we go at a normal pace, can we make it before they close the gates, or only at a fast pace?
At
only
a
fast.
normal pace, it's going to be cutting it close. You'll probably get like within sight of the gates if like nothing happens to slow you down on your way.
Yeah. Haste does not make waste, so I say we go as quickly as possible.
Well, keep it. Given that the road is no longer, shall we say, safe, I wouldn't count on not having any more troubles.
Yeah, and my only problem with moving at a fast pace is that means you're not paying as much attention, and it's that much more likely that what you do run into will get the drop on you.
It'll probably just be more wolves. That's all. That's all that ever happens is wolves on the road.
Oh yeah, sure. Until we find some of these werewolves that
Yeah.
people have had issues with.
Yeah.
Um,
The ones that led me here.
and we did have an encounter where there was some of the restless dead, but we just kind of continued on our path past them since they moved way slower than us.
Yeah.
There were also,
So
like the twiglings or blightlings or whatever you want to call them.
yeah, this is just a lot of easy things, except for the werewolves. I don't know. I've never fought a werewolf before.
Needle blights, twig blights, vine blights.
Worst case scenario, I have the Gophia's staff. If you break it, it auto kills the freaking blight. So, like, although I'd rather not break it if I don't have to,
Yeah.
I am so not afraid of blights. We have proven ourselves against blights time and again.
I have the woodcutter's axe.
Okay, well,
So
to be fair, I wasn't really scared of spiders either, and look how that wound up.
Well, a spider or two spiders isn't a bad thing. 5 or 6 giant spiders. I do want to point out, it's not what it was. It was the combination of what it was and the quantity of.
Yeah. Well, we did also, at the Wizard of Wines, kill, I think it was like 68 piles of twigs, so I'm not too worried about those again. I think we're good. Now imagine if there had been one spider there, though.
Yeah, we would have curb stomped one. Probably would have curb stomped two. But anyway, so what are we voting for pace? Asketh.
I'm good with fast.
Yeah, Asketh, quite probably the slowest person in the party.
Man, Eddie always goes full speed ahead.
Don't worry, if the goblin falls behind, he can take care of himself.
I mean, I have for quite some time before running into you yahoos.
Yeah, see, okay, so it's fine if he falls behind. He can be a distraction.
Tegan lets that go while knowing full well that she would be the one to fall behind.
Yeah. Let's wait until
Thanks for covering.
Let's wait until the party is full before we start leaving people behind. We already are dragging a corpse around.
Yeah, because I think Jack and Tegan are the only ones whose speed is only 30.
Yeah. Out of character, I'm also just trying to get Dratari alive this round is my goal.
So we move at a fast pace.
Yep. That works for me.
Okay. Wisely, as quick as your whole group can move and stay together, you kind of start hoofing it as best you can down the Old Svalich road. It is slowly getting gloomier and gloomier and darker. You do realize dusk is approaching fast. You have not quite yet reached the... what is that? The Raven River crossroads. That's the second of the two crossroads on your way to Krezk. Let me get this thing up. Just me. Find the correct thing. Here's the thing. Nope, that's not the thing. There's the thing. You get within sight of the Luna River, or no, the Raven River crossroads, sorry. And it seems to be clear. As you are passing, however, I need to set something up, and it's not actually set up yet.
Looks clear. I thought you said it was clear. I said it looked clear. How does it look now? Looks clear. Gotta love Riddick.
I do.
And it looks like the bring everyone to scene button is still busted. So
Oh man.
that's
Old Svalich
the
Road
thing.
scene.
That's fine for y'all. Y'all could get yourselves there without my help, I'm sure. But
yeah, it's such a nice cinematic
grinds my
feature, too.
process to a halt. Because I have to tell OBS to stop looking at this one. Where's the... There it is.
For some reason, you've got an echo now, too.
I hope that's not...
Oh, I'm not hearing it. So it might be me. But probably not me.
Shit. That's not it. There it is. Okay. I really wish that would get fixed, but it's a free service that's being worked on by one person. Okay, so now not only do I have to just me get rid of you.
We're in the trees.
What is your marching order?
Who's got the dress? I can't remember if I took that.
I think Tegan has it in her bag or her fanny pack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is currently in extra dimensional storage. whereas the mirror is on Eddie's back.
I would be close to wherever Tegan is because I want to ensure the dress makes it to the abbot.
I would be probably like the third person if we were in a line.
I would also love to.
I'm
be in the
zooming.
back, but actually, we'll have me and little Jack at the back.
I'll run around up front and like I'm like playing with I'm like finding walking sticks and like hitting trees and stuff. It's real like
And who's carrying Dratari?
Eddie. Eddie has the mirror and Dratari. Because Big Buff
wait.
Barbarian.
How much does I lost my custom item last time. I guess I didn't save it. Can you remind me how much the mirror weighs?
It's like
And
180
also
pounds or
Dratari?
something. It was
Oh, it was
iron.
80.
And I
Yeah.
think
thought
that's
it was
a
just
low
150.
estimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
180. All right.
And considering the size and that it's iron, I'm pretty sure my math is just like I think it would actually be like quadruple that weight. But yeah, we'll say 180.
Magical. It's
It's not magically lighter than it's supposed to be.
they call it the barbarian's hand mirror. Okay, cool. Then maybe I'm not playing around as much, but I'll still be in the front. I'm okay with it.
So Eddie has Dratari in the mirror and is zooming in the front. I think Manu said he was going to be close to Tegan, but I'm not sure where.
Yeah, I'll.
Quick question: what is the height of the steel mirror, and what is its width?
It's like a full-size mirror. It's not quite like arm's length. It's maybe like elbow. It's maybe like one arm and an arm to an elbow in wide.
About 36 inches width.
And it's probably about 6 feet tall.
So you could step through it, right?
So that's 72.
Yeah. Like an assassin could step through it, for instance.
Calculate.
It'd be so great to summon the assassin and just like a mirror like two by two, and he has to like crawl out of it.
It literally just summons his hand through the mirror.
I'm guessing that Tegan just Googled the actual weight of those dimensions in iron, and it's a funny number.
No, it's
42069.
It is twice what you thought it was. Almost exactly twice what you thought
I
it
was
was.
thinking.
I was thinking more.
I was thinking I underestimated by like quadruple or something.
I was like 800. Who knows?
Yeah,
I guess it's not a block though. It's like it's carved and channeled and things like that. So
yeah, it's pretty big.
But yeah, who is bringing up the rear?
That'd be Jack.
So Jacques is, and then
Jacques and Jack.
I'm guessing Tegan and Manu were kind of just next to each other and in the middle, the middle that's closer to the back. Okay. So let me get you in order here.
That's for cast. That's if it was cast iron, which is the closest I could find. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, that marching order looks correct. And this is the exact same spot as where we met the guy who lied to us about inviting us to Argenvostold.
I am going to need Jacques to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
Ha, nice. Because everyone knows my wisdom is my highest stat. Does Jack Jr. need to?
No.
Okay, we're starting off good. I rolled a natural 19, which makes it a dirty 20. Color me surprised.
I am going to need you all to roll initiative.
No.
Pop that up.
Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't roll that on my wisdom saving throw.
Ooh,
Just
rolled a 19.
worst thing ever. Remind me, do you want me to roll initiative separately for Jack Jr. or does he just goes right after me is how it's
Yeah.
If that's then that's fine enough without having to add another.
Your Steel Defender acts on your initiative after you've gone. That is
That's how
same
it's,
as same as Wildfire Spirit and a couple of the other post Player's Handbook pets.
Just wanted to make sure we hadn't done anything differently for this game.
What did you get though for your initiative?
I posted it in chat. It's 11.
All right. Stuntman Eddie is up first. There is a revenant, one of these undead, creepy guys that just chased you out of a mansion that you were invited to, coming after you all, and is right up behind Jacques.
I do not like this.
They regenerate, and that sucks.
Well, I grab my bear medallion, I raise it up, give it a little kiss, and then I get pissed, and I start raging. And then I'm just gonna attack with the old axe.
And roll for attack.
13 plus 6, 19 total.
Does hit.
Sweet. 2 plus 5. 2 plus 3 is 5 slashing damage. And then I'm just gonna do the same thing again. Another attack. 4 plus 6.
If a 10 is your attack roll, that doesn't.
I'm gonna use lucky. Roll again. I know what value it is, but it's not technically.
Better be lucky than good.
Seven plus
Unless you're
six.
unlucky twice.
13 to hit.
It hits.
Seven slashing, and I forgot that I'm raging right now, so that's 9 damage, and it would have been 2 the last attack if you want to count it or not.
2 extra from the last one.
Yeah, for raging.
And were those all ranged attacks,
sorry,
or you use movements to get
No,
up?
sorry, I should have. I forgot which direction we were going, so I thought I was in what is actually the back of the pack. So yeah, I run over here and get in it with Jet. But yeah, I'll end my turn right there.
Next up after Stuntman Eddie is Tegan.
I'm going to pop off my last second level spell slot to put Bless on Manu, Eddie, Jack, and Jack. So the only people without it are Lancelot and myself. And then I'm going to Bardic Inspiration to Eddie with a what's a good way for Tegan, who literally this morning became an absolute fangirl of Eddie's. What's a good way to translate that into giving Eddie Bardic Inspiration? I'm not sure, but that's exactly what's happening.
Do a kickflip.
Do you have pom-poms in your inventory?
I definitely do not.
Oh, you go, big guy.
Well, you're in luck, cause I do.
I'm trying to think of what would be like the bugbear version of metal moles.
I mean, bugbears are
I don't
goblinoid.
actually.
So
We're family, Eddie. We're family. You're just a little past your expiration date.
I mean, at this point, I think Jacques is the only one that isn't.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So anyway, that was action and bonus action, and I have no impetus to move from where I am since the front line is already shaping up. So I'll just leave it at that and kind of look around. It's like, are we fighting this, or are we going to try and escape? I'm not so sure we could outrun this particular type of undead as well as easily as we did some of the others. But yeah, with that, we can enter turn. Next person.
Revenant is up next, and it is going to take 2 fist attacks against Stuntman Eddie. Where's my modifier? Oh yeah, that super hits. That's 18 plus 7.
Hold on a sec. Is little Jack is nearby, right?
Yes.
And within 5 feet of this guy. Correct.
Yeah.
You're why am I able to? What am I doing?
Everybody can
What
get to
happened?
know little Jack. Okay, in that case, I would like to use Little Jack's deflect attack reaction in order to impose disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature that is within 5 feet of it, provided the attack roll is against a creature other than it.
Okay, that takes 18 was the last roll, and this roll is a 7 plus 7. Does 14 hit, Eddie?
No, it does not.
So yeah, he is about to be reaching out with his fist, and he just like gets distracted by your little creepy thing, and got that out of context. Sorry, but anyways, he does.
No,
have
I've got a little creepy thing. It's
attack.
fine.
He does have multi-attack, so one.
Cutting words.
That is natural 19.
Well, I don't think my cutting words would matter, but I can choose either. Well, let's see. Actually, that's not. Is it immune to being charmed?
Let me see. Is immune to being charmed, yes.
Then it wouldn't have. I still would have expended a use of cutting words, either trying to reduce its attack roll or reduce its damage roll, but as soon as I tried, I would have noticed it's immune to that shit. Okay.
That is 2d6, 6, 7, 8 plus. That is 12 bludgeoning damage from the Revenant to you, Eddie. And that is
Should be half to 6,
It
right?
is halved.
that is the Revenant's turn, and Manu is
Oh,
up.
and I have temp HP, yes.
From where I'm at, I think I'll just start by casting Spiritual Weapon right behind him.
Do I have to new token? Is it a character? Yep, it is a character. Like there?
Yep, that's good. Then I shall attack him. Uh, 24 to hit.
Oh yeah. Get that spiritual weapon damage, doggy.
12 force damage.
12. Where is he?
And then I'm going to need him to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity. That's a natural 2, and he's only adding 2 to that, so a 4.
And then he's going to take another 12 damage from Sacred Flame.
Oof. 12 what damage?
Radiant damage. So it was force damage and then radiant damage.
Getting this one down. Alright. Any movement, bonus action, anything else in your turn?
Yeah, I'll scoot around that way.
With it being radiant against an undead, I know most don't have vulnerability to radiant, unlike the olden days. But other than the fact that these have regeneration, I don't know much about them out of character. In character, do I notice
You
any...
can make a free not on your turn check. I don't know if Arcana or Perception would be more appropriate.
In this
To
case,
see
I
if
mean,
you could almost certainly notice whether or not. 13 is enough. That radiant damage does not seem to be doing more. It does not seem to be extra effective against this enemy.
does it do anything to the regen?
You would not know until the
Its
Revenant's turn.
Okay.
Because I think that radiant damage took place after the last turn it took.
Correct. It just now took it, is why I'm asking is if I saw any effect from it, but yeah. Yay!
But if that ends Manu's go, Jacques is up next.
Okay. So, first things first, I will use my racial ability to use a bonus action to disengage from this thing. And I'm gonna go hang out in the back line with Tegan.
Hi.
Hi! And you've already blessed our friends, right?
Yep.
Who all did you bless?
Everyone but myself. And the dog.
Jack Jr.'s blessed?
Yep.
Cool.
Jack Jr.'s blessed, you are blessed, Manu's blessed, Eddie's blessed.
Cool.
Shoot
Okay.
it! Shoot it! Shoot it, Steph!
In that case, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot it.
Yay!
I'm gonna shoot it real good. I hope it's real good anyway. Okay, so that's a 16 plus 8, so a 24.
That'll do it.
And then for the damage. Nice middle of the pack. 9 total damage. And it is magical, if that matters. It is, well, it's piercing. It's from a magic.
Yep, you're good.
Cool. And that's my turn. So, well, I guess it's
little...
Jack gets to go, but well, little Jack, not me, Jack. I couldn't have made this more confusing. I'm very proud of myself. Yeah, he's just gonna rend it. Cha, and that is considered less than. That's a 13 to hit.
With bless?
That just...
Oh, not with bless. Which adds d4, right?
Mm-hmm.
15 to hit.
that already hit.
Oh, okay. In which case... 10 force damage.
Y'all are fucking this one by itself up a lot harder than 3 of them. And I think those 3 weren't coming at you with fists, so...
It's amazing what happens when we put our minds to it, or something like that. I don't know.
Is that all from the Goblin crew?
Yep.
Alright. Manu, are you gonna send Lancelot anywhere? Say go hide or.
Well, I'd tell him to just stay back so he's not right up there next to that dude.
Gonna cower over here, probably. Top of the round is Stuntman Eddie again.
Just gonna keep wailing. That's already done. 10 plus 6.
Yeah.
I don't think I can make it up. Oh wait, no, I can't. Okay, 2 plus 6 plus 4, and then I'm gonna just bardic inspiration it. 14.
That does it. You got there.
All right.
Yay.
Rolls 1 for damage. Let's see. 3. So 3 plus 3 plus 2. 8. 8 more slashing damage. So what's that? 17 in total. 2 attacks.
Okay. Y'all are seeing this enemy is looking hurt. Are you doing anything else with your turn?
Nope. Nope, that's it.
Up next is Tegan. Still unsure if he is regenerating, but he's looking bad now.
But screw it. I'm gonna put my last bardic inspiration on Eddie. And then I'm gonna try and actually vicious mockery this thing, which means that it has to make a wisdom save DC. Let me look up my DC. 14.
How are you?
I rolled a natural 14 and it was plus 3.
Well, no effect,
You didn't mock it hard enough.
right? I tried to use the hags you're ugly thing, and the Revenant just did not care.
Should have told it that his father smelled
Like,
it.
bitch, this works for me.
I was thinking of that too. That's always the first thing I think of.
Your father was a hamster and your mother smelled of elderberry.
Mm-hmm.
Always the first thing I think of too. You stupid English nigga.
I love the actual origin, the historical origins of that insult.
I might have known that at some point, but I don't remember. What is it?
Elderberries will naturally ferment a bit more quickly than several other types of berry, and therefore it will be it's a more frequent natural source of alcohol. Hamsters and other rodents had a tendency of getting into the stockpiles of these things and getting drunk and getting, frankly, randy and horny from having eaten alcoholic berries. So your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries is basically calling your mama hoe.
Relatable.
And your dad a drunk.
Easy is out a drunkard. Yeah, it's basically your mother's easy and your father's a drunkard. And the reason I like it is because it's, for all of the things in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, it's something that is actually historically matching the kind of time frame that would have been in. And it's just like, you put a lot of thought into what insult to hurl.
As well as
This is probably an unpopular opinion, but I think that that line deserves to be quoted far less often than the Johnny Five line, "Your mother was a snowblower."
I'm not familiar with Johnny Five, and I've never heard that phrase.
Yeah,
I love Johnny Five.
But after that spell you cast, was there anything else on the
no,
Are we off on a tangent about how
bonus
awesome
action.
Johnny Five is?
That was bonus action and action. So after it passed the save, there's nothing else for me to do.
You see somewhat of a worried is not the right word, but like frustrated, like, well, this isn't right, look on the Revenant's face. And it does not seem to be regenerating the damage that you've done to it so far. But it is going to turn around and make a couple strikes against Mono. First one
should be rolled at disadvantage for this. Yep.
15 hit, Mono?
Nope.
Second one also at disadvantage?
No, he can only use the reaction against an attack.
That's a 13 plus 7, so that's a 20.
That
20, I'm pretty sure hits Mono.
Oh,
right?
yes, it does.
11 bludgeoning damage at Manu. And that was both of its multi-attack, and it's not going to move, and Manu is up next.
Alright, give me just a second. It's hard to play D&D with a cat in your hands.
Get it?
What about on your headrest?
I don't have a headrest. Okay, so I am going to cast Call Lightning.
Carl Lightning.
And I'll put it here. I don't care about Little Jack.
I care very much about Little Jack.
And a lightning bolt is going to come down. So, both the Revenant and Little Robot Jack have to make dexterity saves.
You son of a bitch.
It's 17 from the Revenant.
Fuck.
That's a natural 18, so it's a 22 from Little Jack.
Hey.
And as he dodges, he screeches at you. I hope
Look
the
at
mic.
that! I should have been playing slots. 777. So, half of 21 to the Revenant. And wait, did the Revenant passed or failed?
Passed.
Okay, so half of 21 to both of you.
If 17 was a pass, it was 15 plus
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, the DC is 15. So yeah, half to both Little Jack and the Revenant, and
10.
then as a bonus action, I'm going to attack the Revenant with my spiritual weapon. A 16.
That hits.
For 10 force damage.
10 force. He is looking very hurt. There's not much blood coming out of this body, but there's a lot of open wounds with tendons and sinews that seem to be flexing and writhing and, you know, trying to make this body work, but it's you're kind of slicing out a lot of the essential motor function. This thing is close to, like, 2/3 of the way to falling apart is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I scream at him, "You will not impede our progress!" And that's my turn.
All right, Jacques is up next.
I am up.
Who shall not stop us from passing?
Wee baguette. Just gonna shoot it. Shoot it real good. That is a natural 15. Shot to hit because it's a 23.
Yep.
Oh, max damage, baby. 13 points of piercing damage. Magical weapon. And then my steel. Little Jack is just gonna attack. He's not feeling great after taking a lightning strike from his ally. But do you do flanking rule or no?
No, not unless you got the rogue.
Cool. Works for me. I rolled an 11 plus 7, so 18 to hit with Little Jack. I'm gonna assume that 18 hits from Little Jack. 9 points of force damage. Jack. Let's see, friends. That'll be my turn then.
Onslaught still cowers and Stuntman and
Give him the 15 plus 6, 21.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, could have come. 1 plus 3 plus 2, 6 slashing damage. And just right back into the fray with a 2 plus 6, 8, 10. Should I bardic it? Might as well. 2. Does a 12 hit?
12 does not.
No, man.
Yeah, you almost got. I feel like last turn you just
I
got
tried
there.
so
You got
hard.
1 over, and this turn you got 1 under.
Yeah.
So you used
Little
bless,
numbers do add up.
bless and the bardic and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Dang it.
Still didn't make it.
But even after that first hit, you could see that this Revenant is, there's a moment where a knee buckles and he almost goes prone, but he's standing and still, he's not considering running, but is also not considering this a fight that he's going to walk away from. Anything else Eddie's doing with your turn?
No, that's it.
Tegan would be up next.
I am out of bonus. Well, who all is how hurt? Like, I know it just attacked Manu.
And Eddie too, I think, but only one hit.
I'm below half because I was still beat up from the last fight.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
But I'm also not in immediate danger because I think most of the attacks are gonna bounce.
Yeah.
Right now, the only attacks that can do full damage to me are psychic.
So speaking of, I'm going to do Vicious Mockery on the Revenant again.
All right, that is what a whiz save.
That is a Wisdom save.
16.
Saves, so no effect.
What shit do you talk to this guy though? I just want to know. It's all right if that's too much to come up with on the spot, but
Your manners are as rotten as your aesthetic.
excellent. You read him for filth, but he doesn't know what that means.
So, I'm not going to bother to cast Healing Word on anyone, and I have no other bonus actions left to me, so I end my turn.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe anyone hit our Revenant friend with any radiant damage this last round.
You are
I
correct.
don't think so.
So you do see that he does kind of flex up and regain some of like the skin and ligaments that have been hacked away. Y'all have definitely been hacking faster than he could regenerate, and he went a whole round without being able to regenerate. Yeah, he did regenerate some hit points at the beginning of his turn. He is going to force Manu to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
Good thing that's Manu's good save.
Ooh, no, it's not. Not
Bless?
today, it isn't. No, with Bless, it's a total of 11.
Oh, well. That sucks.
I have.
You are paralyzed.
Oh, damn.
DM inspiration would have been nice to have.
I don't want to use that yet.
Alright. That's just karma for getting Little Jack mixed up in your spell. In fact,
He's a robot. He can't feel it.
You get the distinct feeling that he's pointing and laughing at you right now.
He's a robot. He can't feel it. He's not a real boy.
What do you mean
Every
he's a robot?
Warforged and Auto Gnome in the Omniverse suddenly feels insulted and doesn't quite know why.
That would end the Revenant's turn, skipping over Manu's turn, who is paralyzed and doesn't have an option to save.
Take that, you. That's what, my turn now then? Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Shoot it. Why fix what ain't broke, right? It's too bad we don't have the radiant damage from our turtle friend, but
I will be right back.
17 to hit.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be significantly less than max damage this time. That's going to be an 8 damage.
It's still a lot for how he's doing.
And then, yep, and then Little Jack is gonna attack as well. Oh, he's blessed. I keep forgetting about the damn bless. Alright, my turn's over. I rolled a 4 plus 7.
Back to the top.
11,
with,
12. I assume 12 doesn't hit.
It's just one, not enough.
Oh, wow, if I rolled a 5 instead of a 4, he would have hit. That's crazy. Alright.
How bad is the Revenant looking?
He's looking pretty bad, not as bad as he would be if he wasn't able to regenerate at the start of his last turn. But he's looking at, like, you know, a fifth or less of his total vitality left.
Okay. I'm gonna attack recklessly.
That give you advantage and also advantage on any attacks against you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Exactly. I can still make this. Okay, because it's 5 plus 6, 11 plus 14.
That
is
yeah, it does it.
Yes.
Armor class is 13.
Amazing.
I've deduced this by our near misses.
Hashtag blessed. Okay.
That 10% accuracy bump is.
Got it.
Yeah, I was gonna start combat by
13
casting
slashing
bless, but
damage.
somebody beat me to it.
With that one slash, you kind of get like embedded in the collar, like almost down to the sternum, and one of his 2 multi-attack punching arms is looking real loose, and he's looking real top-heavy and wobbly. He better hope he could regenerate some before he takes much more damage. You got him real good there.
Try to get one more. Nat 20.
Hits.
Guess what, guys? I've
And that's,
completely
I think it's
forgotten
over because
that
that's
I have extra attack.
8. It's the same damage. What was that? 13, and then the second hit would be 9. So 20. 22. 22 slash damage.
What do you want your kill cam to look like?
The same. I hit with both chops into the exact same place as last time. Like I'm cutting down a tree, but it's his neck. And I think maybe the last one I'm even like I put my foot on there to pull the axe out and do that last one.
Yeah, and it's just like Japanese film inspired fountains of blood going higher than the canopies of the trees, spraying all like the undersides of all the nearby limbs crimson, and this revenant just crumbles into the earth.
Just so you guys know, I completely forgot that I have extra attack on the character. So I would have been able to take 2 attacks every turn. I'm not used to having extra attack on spellcasters. I mean, I wanted Stuntman Eddie to have exciting combat and to get more of the glory.
Yes,
Anyways, now that
it
combat
is a privilege to watch stunt
exactly
great performer Stuntman Eddie.
Exactly. I was just enthralled by the performance. I didn't want it to end. Now that combat's over, Jack Jr. is like come over here and start punching and kicking at Manu. Not enough to like do damage, but enough to show how displeased he is. And the whole time he's gonna screech.
Leave it to a goblin to make something that's more annoying than a goblin.
Damn right. Proud of it too.
And I am just going to basically ignore him and go find my dog. My dog is more important than a tiny robot.
Yeah, you find him easy enough. He's just around the corner here.
He's not tiny, he's small size though.
And you see ahead of you your that me accidentally moving the map around because I didn't lock things. The bridge you cross when you're in your last stretch towards the town of Krezk. You estimate you will get there before right around the time that the sun does fully set, but within gates of the walls, you're probably safe to get there before dark. It is a little earlier in the episode. We usually take a break. I don't know if this feels like a good spot for y'all to take like 15 minutes from now would be the top of the next hour. Sound good?
That's fine.
All right,
Sure.
see y'all in a bit.
And that being said, all of the Ghost Atari things right now is canon for later. I'm surprised that there isn't more like weird shots of the TV as a whole. Like, you know, happy, sad. Yeah.
Well, I guess if you're just looking for like
Probably not. But yeah, I was thinking Japan out as well. Really enough, there's more for Dragon Knight.
If you go down that road, be prepared for some weird shit.
That being said, I haven't.
That's going to be online at all.
What are you implying, Rick? That people have made weird photos of Pokemon? Never.
Yep.
Also, I probably won't have time to use this, but at the same time. Yeah, right. Oh well, I still like my little doodle that I made a few days ago. And obviously, that one was actually like me making it. Weirdly enough, no one had the same PNG of a shiny Jitini with all of my gear on it. Really? Oh, you put it over there. Sorry, I was looking at the. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Here, one more. Let me grab it here. Just grab it right there.
Dragonite Jesus.
It's an interesting mashup.
This is like, what is this? All weekend. Sleeping like 10 hours.
Like you need it.
I don't. I've just been so like all weekend, just laying down at 9 o'clock. Not necessarily sleeping or anything, but just like laying down.
I can understand.
Busy / different all year. Just lost a TA. She got more or less essential in special education, which I respect.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be thinking of helping out her. And then, but I don't even know how long I'll be able to do that because from what I know, I'm TA with our this kindergartner requires a full-time aide. What I know, she's quitting. She can't handle money because when she takes off the day off and I'm with him, I don't have a problem with him. He listens to me, he behaves himself, and he's never hit me like he hits her. I think he knows that she doesn't like him, so.
Yep.
So she's probably quitting, which means I'll probably be with him all day, every day. Which I would have been really not super looking forward to, admittedly, at the beginning of the year, because he was really difficult at the beginning of the year.
Yeah. Is this? I'm assuming this is the same thing.
Yeah. Like Alice in Wonderland.
And for many reasons that I've already emphasized to you, I love the entire series. General Alice and her transgender lesbian wife queen, written in 19 teens.
Yeah.
This stuff is new and unheard of. Meanwhile, and of course, the reason that she moves her whole family to. Oh wait, I'm thinking of the laws.
Sure are.
Yeah. The reason she moves her full family to Oz is because of capitalism, the state capitalism. But yeah, no, Alice and the Working Class are also great. Though honestly, I like some of the connected poems better than the actual major stories. like the Jabberwock.
Jabberwock's great.
There's a lot of those that aren't actually part of Windowland or Looking Glass Land or other such tales, but are
Independent stories.
yeah, that are in theory connected. Kind of like the Lord of the Rings appendices.
Speaking of Lord of the Rings, well, not appendices, but speaking of Lord of the Rings, I was playing Shadow of Mordor with Brittany watching, and I was fighting the Balrog in it, and she's not like super familiar with them, and I just went in on the lore of like where the Balrog comes from and all that stuff. I was like, she was like, wait, so like Gandalf and the Balrog are kind of like cousins? It's like, I mean, yeah, basically. Yeah, pretty much. I was like, that's a good way of looking at it, yeah. So this is just a family spat, yeah?
I mean, realistically, that's pretty much the whole history of
The whole Middle Earth is just one big family spat. I was just like, it has a lot of allegorical relation to Christianity.
Very intentionally.
Yeah, very, well, I mean, very obviously intentionally done. But I was just like, they're basically like angels. You can think of them as like an angelic order with Sauron being like kind of like a general of hell under what's his name?
Yeah. I don't think there's a second war there. I think it's just Morgoth.
Yeah, you're right. It's Morgoth. I always like mispronounce his name for some. It's not a hard name to pronounce, but I always get it wrong. But
you were both. You did more or Gath, and then I kind of took that off of yours and said just more Gath, but we were both wrong because all of the vowels are it's Morgoth.
Oh, it's Morgoth. Okay.
Like I am Morgoth.
I was gonna say that.
I was just gonna say that's what we all need is Morgoth. But yeah, I was like, yeah. So this Morgoth guy is basically Satan. He's basically Lucifer, heaven, leaving God's side, and the Balrogs are Balrogs are essentially your demonic host with like Sauron as a general of hell.
For a second there, I thought you were about to say demonic hosts.
I mean, some of them could be demonic hosts.
All of this being why Dimension 20 Escape from Bloodkeep is so perfectly hilarious in everything.
Such a good one.
Erika Ishii as the Spider Queen is actually great to me.
Also, sorry if that got a little bit annoying on the side chat there, having Jatari having been a big moment there.
I hadn't even noticed.
Alright, give him back.
I didn't open the side chat.
I noticed, but I only really... I wouldn't say skimmed it, but I did read it quickly in between rounds. In between instances of it being my turn.
Yeah, I tried to put it in there. It's like there's something that was percolating in the back of my mind. I'm like, oh, that'd be kind of fun way of playing that. And again, the idea of like, oh, that's actually kind of funny, having developments while you're dead.
I forget that this voice chat thing, the side is a thing. I I never.
Oh.
That's why I keep posting things in the Abbot chat. This is a fun thing right here.
Yeah, this is like solely for inside like the actual video. So yeah, I was trying to make that like a slower burn, but I might have actually passed out last time due to a little bit of alcohol and a lot of not eating anything for the whole day. So I had to do all the development at the last minute. I feel like there's a joke to be made there at the expense of some show that I can't think of at the moment.
Probably any show that you think could have taken like 5 seasons, but was only given 3.
Oh, Firefly.
Like his Dark Materials.
You know,
Well, the Firefly one is just a sad one.
I always liked that series, but I never watched the show.
I really like the first season, but then they do kind of drop off.
I should reread this. Hardly something about love conquering all. Like
And the power of friendship.
The way I hear it, it's about a little girl killing God.
With the power of friendship.
yeah, Myra is actually just Taya Guard.
I mean, to be fair, Jatari's almost on that same wavelength at this point. Also, I do love the fact that apparently we now have her literal spirit animal is Dratini.
One of the 2 character concepts that I would consider using if Tegan bites it is primarily a wildfire druid. And I had it partly inspired by posts I'd seen cross-posted from Tumblr, but I realized that I could actually go ahead and have the wildfire spirit take the form of a cockatiel named Molotov. It would be the Molotov cockatiel.
Nice. I like that. That's cute. But yeah, I don't know what it is about Barovia. Just something that's that makes a lot of people apparently go with the fuck their previous religion. Ooh, I like that. That's cute. I love the fact that we're not even choosing ghost types. They're just straight up Pokemon. Actually, no, if you want to go with a Pokemon for each person's like spirit animal after they die, I guess Jock is pretty self-explanatory. With what's that goblin one called? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
It's probably the
Grimoire?
one I just posted.
Yeah, there you go. I was looking down at the moment. That little dude.
Impidimp.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would be a good one for Eddie.
For what?
Oh, we're kind of making the joke of like, oh, okay, so if your spirit animal, when you die, is actually now a Pokemon, because apparently Dratini, Jatari, etc. Now we're posting in the chat like, okay, what would each one's spirit animal Pokemon be for the character?
Oh, I would be Ursa
Maybe a different jargon.
I can see that. What was that?
I'm
Actually?
Totem.
Maybe
Totem
different
animal.
jargon, like
What is? Yeah, I have a. Could you?
I mean, on the one hand, if we-
Persona is not the word I'm looking for.
What is?
Not,
You could say
not
what is your
spirit.
You could say aspect of the beast if you wanted to use
Also-
the
Yeah, that
barbarian
works.
terminology.
I don't
Right.
know why, but this was here, and I like it.
but I also think that the fact that Eddie is a bear totem, I think that whatever Eddie is should also be accompanied by the. Is it actually just like called the Ursine or something like that? The bear Pokemon?
Oh, it's literally called Ursaring.
Ursaring.
Yeah, that,
yeah.
I was.
Yeah,
close.
no, I posted that in the chat, in the
that-
voice chat.
Yeah, that's it. And then I would imagine.
Looks like this, but Eddie has this personality.
Yep.
But I would imagine Tegan would be something along the lines of Chansey or Clefairy. Singing and healing.
Yeah. But wait. Oh no, I was thinking more Jigglypuff and like Wigglytuff. More Wigglytuff because of the ears.
I think that's what I was thinking instead of Clefairy.
Tegan?
Yeah.
Is Wigglytuff.
Tegan? Was that not right?
I don't think so.
So, on that, y'all have a slain revenant at your feet. The bridge is before you, and you do not have much longer in your journey to Krezk.
As we continue on our way, Tegan is going to actually drag the body off the road into the tree cups.
Okay.
And then that's it. To Krezk we go.
Yep, onward.
To get our party member back.
The dusk is rapidly approaching as you make your way and get to past the bridge and then to the widening gap in the trees. And you can see the kind of road junction leading up to the gates of Krezk.
The gates are still open?
They are closed at all times.
Oh, right.
Everybody but you pretty much has clearance to enter from the Burgomaster, though.
They don't like goblins, got it.
I'll flag
More like we already
someone
passed
down.
their challenges 3.
Time to make a big stink about racism.
I'll try and like flag down one of the guards and have him open the gate.
They look down in recognition and greeting, and it's like, be open shortly. And one kind of like touches the other shoulder and like whispers in his ear, and they both look out. And he's like, who are you? Your two small friends?
The friends we picked up along the way, they're okay.
I am better than okay.
Kind of whisper to themselves. Tegan, you can make a check if you want me to force me to try to make up actual dialogue lines that they're saying. But if not, just a couple seconds later, they say, one moment, and it's just a few more moments before you see the burgomaster, Dmitry Krezk, who most of you recognize, come up. It's just like, friends, you have someone new with you. Don't want to make awkward. You vouch for these two and accept the responsibility for their actions?
Sounds good.
I bet my life on them.
I see no reason to not let you pass. And the gates quickly open, and you're greeted warmly by the burgomaster. His wife is not there, but you see, chimney smoke billowing from their cottage, warm lights inside, and he seems to be in good spirits.
Okay. Unless anyone says anything different, Deegan's just kind of like go onward to the Abbey. Yes.
I would mention to him like, hey, you look a little more chipper than last time. We can talk about that later, but we gotta hurry. We gotta go. We got a meeting with the abbot.
I am, and
Abbot.
he looks over Eddie's shoulder, seeing Dratari, and sort of recognition. It's like, well, of course, I will not stop you. See him, yes. Which is a drastically different tone than he was taking about the abbot and his ilk. It seems that his opinion of him has become a lot less suspicious. And he seems, with a face of, empathy, he says, yes, please, don't let me take up any more of your time.
And onward to the Abbey.
Let us sally forth.
Slow, arduous winding up the switchbacks up the cliffside to the top of this butte that overlooks the rest of the village, where the Abbey of St. Markovia looks down upon it from above. Y'all remember it's a real creaky gate, but what do y'all do?
It's closed right now, or?
Yeah, it's just a little gate. It's just like a little cattle gate. Jacques and Mini Golem could probably easily limbo over it. The rest of y'all could probably vault it. And opening it is just going to be very loud. And there are guards, but these guards know who you are already. Everybody but the two goblin-looking fellows have already been through here.
Yeah. Okay. We're in a hurry and we're familiar here, so I'll just shove open the gate and First person I see, if it's not the abbot, I'm gonna ask him where the abbot is.
Yeah, weren't there mongrel folk on the gate?
You hear before you see Siegfried, visitors at the gates.
Yep,
And then
what I
stumbling
was
out
waiting
from
for.
the graveyard to the right is Otto, and then kind of coming around the corner from where the wall obscures line of sight from the left. You see Siegfried and Otto kind of coming out like suspiciously, and then with recognition and kind of. They're not standing there with instructions or waiting for instructions. They're just kind of scratching their belly buttons. It's like, oh, y'all. And then
Jack?
looking more curiously at the little ones.
Yeah, Jack
Yeah,
is gonna
and you have
jump
not
when they
seen
come.
these
Yeah.
two before. I know you're in another Curse of Strahd campaign. I don't know if you're familiar with the Mongol.
Nope,
folk.
haven't met them in the other game.
One of them. Let me get. Siegfried Bellevue kind of has a cross between like lizard scales and like baboon fur on her face. And one arm is also, like reptilian scaled, and one arm is also like bestially furred. She's kind of wearing a heavy furred cloak, obscuring most of her body. And Otto is more wild-looking. Basically, lower legs are like a donkey mixed with like a were-jackal. And his face is he has like one donkey ear and like a dog's like muzzle, and just like thick beefy arms that end in clawed hands. These are human adjacent abominations.
If you scroll up to July 9th in the in-game handouts, you'll see the two that were just described.
I could do something else too, and there's one of them. That's Siegfried. That's the one that came out second from the right, and the first one that came out from the left.
Yeah.
I had found them in the game handouts.
You, the one with the snout, go and fetch your master. Fetch the abbot.
Yeah, well, as they come into view, it says, "Oh, but then, the hell are those?"
Just ignore him unless you need something. Right now we need something. We need the abbot. So just ignore one of them.
Yeah, Jack is gonna like whisper none too quietly to Jack. Those things are so freaky. And to which Jack Jr. responds,
Otto responds, I can't bring him before you, but I could take you to him.
Your
Lead the
terms
way.
are agreeable.
Yes, lead the way.
You go in behind the curtain wall, make that couple series of rites, and you're in that main kind of dining chamber where you first met Vasilka. And it seems like the abbot is sort of in the middle of giving a etiquette in fine dining lesson to Vasilka there. And
Hello.
he looks up as you enter. It's like, friends, you have returned so soon. And he kind of scans over the two goblin. I guess one's not. I keep saying two goblins for short, but one's objectively not a goblin.
Yeah, I mean, he's goblin shaped.
Our two new friend-shaped friends. He looks over at you two curiously, and then scans over to Eddie and sees Drakari draped over his back. Like,
and I'm already pulling
yes,
the dress out.
I see my services are required. Do you? Oh, very, very good. Way to
Oui, services
pre-anticipate my
introductions
next. Yes. And he rushes to you, and there's a bit of like polite hesitation, but before you even are able to like, yeah, here you go, he just quickly like snatches it up and tucks it away to examine further later. He says, yes, well, this is payment rendered. I seem to recall you have already claimed one of the three services I can provide for this payment, but it also appears that you can make use of a second one of those three services that you have paid for immediately. I can stop what I'm doing to get started on that now, if you wish.
It would be appreciated.
Assuming you are able, yes.
Oh yes, I am quite able. It will take some time. There is a bit of preparation beforehand. I need to gather some supplies, and the ritual itself will take an hour. But yes, this is no problem at all.
It is evening, and we have had quite the trek. Would it be amenable to you if we were to take you up on your offer of staying in one of the rooms in the keep where such as where we initially met our friend Eddie here?
Yes, of course. This is indeed a place to serve. And should that be what you require, that we are more than capable and willing. Please, if you could join me downstairs.
Certainly. By the by, the new burgomaster of the town of Valaki was the one who had effectively come into possession of the dress, was aware that we wished to obtain it for your benefit, and was not directly amenable to passing it over. So it's just worth noting that the individual who's currently in charge of the town of Valaki for the time being is most certainly no friend of yours, and may well even end up for want of a better way of saying it, she may end up having it out for you at this point. That may or may not last long. She may or may not do anything about it. She may or may not have the chance to do something about it, since the power structure of that town is currently extremely fluid. But just kind of worth noting.
I should like to say, I do appreciate your forthrightness and that you seek to warn me. You have an honest and true soul. I could sense this. I am not concerned, and be not concerned for me. You may have put yourselves in a bit of a position of being much akin to a target, but I would not concern yourself with retribution that might be taken against me.
She is going to be a problem in the future.
Well, again, things are fluid and the unrest is far from settled. So, we shall see. If she remains alive and in power, she might end up trying to be a pain in the butt for many people. How far her reach, how much of a pain in the butt she can be, or if she even lasts long enough to be, all remains to be seen. This wasn't so much a concern issue as just a respectful heads up.
And the gesture is noted and appreciated. Thank you. Please, I'm sure you would like to be reunited with your friend.
Yes.
It will take some time. I don't know if you wish to observe. That does not bother me. You are also free to wander the grounds. Of course, be careful to steer clear of areas I've previously mentioned to avoid, so as to not disturb our more disturbed guests. But yeah, with this, I could begin. If Eddie, if you could help me bring her downstairs.
Sure thing. Bring downstairs.
So, Jack. This Jack. Points to Flesh Jack. As the Abbot here does that ritual, now would be a good time to go ahead and do the ritual we discussed late this morning, early this afternoon, about finding out more information about the other item on Eddie's back.
Okay, I can do that. But first, I would like to heal up my better half here. Somebody saw fit to try to electrocute him.
Oh, what, me?
Yes, you.
I mean,
I'm gonna spend some time on mending.
Yeah, Tegan will assist you in mending, like she did after the wolf encounter.
Mm-hmm.
And Tegan will also say, unfortunately, depending on the nature of the spellcaster you're adventuring with, sometimes a bit of friendly fire is, I hate to say, an expected hazard of the job, but hating to say it doesn't alleviate the reality of it.
Will certainly be an expected hazard out of the job. He gets none of my spells. Consider it turtle.
It's okay. My spells are better than yours.
We have very different spells, my friend. Whatever helps you sleep. Besides that, can your spells enchant your armor? I think not, good sir.
That's not a spell.
You use your word, I use mine.
How about my sword? Is that a spell?
Yes,
It's as much a
sword.
it's as much a spell as the fist spell cast by Muscle Wizard. But yes, after Tegan and I mend up little Jack until he's at full, and I do mean the automaton little Jack. I will ritual cast identity on the mirror.
I can give you what you get from the mirror. Sorry, I was typing something that Ratari needed to know. Detect magic reveal. You didn't do detect magic. You did identify. Identify spell on the mirror reveals that an assassin's ghost is magically bound to it. The spell also reveals the forgotten rhyme needed to summon the ghost. Magic mirror on the wall. Summon forth your shade. Night's dark vengeance. Heed my call, and wield your murderous blade. The entity in the mirror is the spirit of a nameless assassin who once belonged to a secret society called the Balverzi. If a creature speaks the rhyme while standing within 5 feet of the mirror and staring at their own reflection, the assassin's ghost appears nearby. The form that the spirit takes depends on the alignment of the one who summoned it.
Interesting. I don't know exactly who they are, but I know the name Bulvers. Other game. I don't know any more than that, though.
So,
interesting.
If one of us
does it require attunement or charge?
It does not.
Okay. I'm sorry to cut you off, Brooke.
I was just trying to figure out, like, because it's that same question as from Per earlier of
to the summoner.
Yeah.
Well, I know one way to find out. And saying so, I will speak the rhyme.
Well, if you speak the rhyme, who will you send the specter after? Because, I mean, obviously, Walkter's at the top of Manu and I's list.
Do you want to get Chitari back and then figure that out?
We are doing this as the Abbot is.
Yeah.
Like, this takes 10 minutes while the Abbot's taking an hour.
I suppose I can send the assassin after all. after they target that you wished. I may have been willing to set the death to Manu for his transgressions, but I suppose we can let that be in the past. I am nothing if not magnanimous, so he said.
And don't worry, this is a good capstone to the scene before. Yeah.
I am sorry that I was finishing typing this thing. Jacques, I did not catch for sure. Did you read the rhyme, or were you saying you were going to, and then the party was like, oh, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
So what just happened?
Pretty much that. I started to read the rhyme, and then, hold on a second. Let's just talk about this.
Yeah, it's like, not opposed to you being the one to test this, but let's have a plan first. And yeah, so now that we have a plan of at least the concept of a target to send it after, if summoning it does work and it does pop out oil.
And I think I might have heard Eddie pop up, let's go down to the basement to get this Dratari action going.
Well, like I said there, to that was the idea was that that we went downstairs, the Abbot started his ritual, then that's when Tegan and Jack conversed about doing the Identify, which is, as a ritual, it's 11 minutes, as opposed to the Abbot's.
I'll stay down with the Abbot, because I think Stuntman Eddie is pretty interested to see how it works, because Stuntman Eddie was also abboted.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. My thought is we're doing our Identify ritual in the same room that he's doing the Res ritual, because as much attention as Tegan is paying attention to the mirror, Tegan does not trust the Abbot at all. Every interaction with him, she's looking at him with blood in her eye.
So Eddie is staying down there. Tegan, Mono, and Jack, are you having your mirror discussion and otherwise in kind of a out of earshot corner, but while still witnessing, or are you going back upstairs?
I might stay, watch the Abbot work.
In the same room, or is this disembodied person Strahd a misrepresentation of the image since it shows all of it?
My thought was we all watch, but Jack and I are watching while also doing another thing. Tegan is trying to keep her ears on two tasks at once.
Yeah, the Abbot lays Dratari down on kind of this large stone slab. He begins arranging some materials. There's some fine cloth, there's some incense, there's a few other things you don't necessarily recognize. There's one big fucking diamond. And he just starts doing some kind of graceful gestures that are upward with his right hand and kind of crossed below at his waist. He's doing some other gestures, some kind of very intricate finger motions. I don't know if any of your characters got into poppers and lockers, but they're doing some funny. He's doing some funny finger actions, and then
just the poppers for Eddie. The poppers and
the popper. I don't know the follow up to that joke to make it a good punchline. I guess good setup. I couldn't knock it out of the park. And he starts chanting under his breath. And at first it's slow, low volume, and kind of methodical and rhythmic. And every once in a while you notice, a repeat, a refrain. Does anybody speak Celestial?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So
I can cast comprehend languages for free, and I think I shall.
Ironically enough, I think I'm the only one that can. So.
If you shall, I have to think on my feet to come up with a literal translation of this angelic prayer that he was saying as part of the verbal parts of this ritual. He is saying, every life is important and every life is valuable. Your life was taken from you, and your tasks are not complete. I ask you to come back. I ask the Morning Lord to guide you back.
That's the part I was.
And it's essentially this. After you hear him repeat it 4 or 5 times, you kind of tune out of listening for the words. But yeah, this ritual is taking an hour. It's a lot of that for a while. So if y'all want to talk about what you're talking about in the corner,
yeah. So you're going to go ahead and summon the spirit and send it after Wachter?
Sure.
All right, let's get dark.
What is Jacques' alignment?
He is. Oh God, what did I make him? I think I made him neutral. Yes. No, I made him true neutral. Excuse me.
So you're not evil. So yeah.
Also
appearing
not good.
appearing in the mirror, the spirit assumes solid form, appearing as a darkly handsome 30-something-year-old man with bloodshot eyes. He doesn't speak, but in your head, you hear, "Just give me a name."
So tempted to just be like, Manu! No, who are we sending it after?
Fiona Wachter.
Fiona Lochter? Alright. Fiona Lochter. It is.
Roll a d20. And what is 25% on a d20? Is that 1 through 5?
Yep.
Yeah. Roll a d20, and you probably don't want lower than a 6.
Can we do higher than a 15 instead?
You probably do want higher than a 15, or higher than a...
Well, I got 9.
Okay, yeah, so there is a cumulative 25% chance that the creature's alignment shifts to neutral every time a creature uses this mirror to do a murder.
Neat.
Let's see.
I don't call it murder, I call it cleansing.
Unenlivened services.
That's it. I was just getting the practice in with Tartari.
He nods, and before he turns around and gives you a grin, kind of like a crooked grin, but his bloodshot eyes are still, not smiling. And he kind of fades into the black of the mirror. And it starts to reflect you again.
Nice. When he gives that creepy smile, little Jack is like peeking around me and his head like turns all the way upside down. His can't out creep a goblin, dude. Come on. Alright.
It does seem
So
like
far-
there are new lines and verses coming into the verbal elements of this kind of repeatedly mantra-like spell that, or prayer that the abbot is performing. And there's almost like an unnatural, like rich, bassy timbre. It's like shaking the stones a little bit. Feel like Manu in your shell. You're really feeling the vibrations. Tegan, you probably notice it first because it kind of doesn't feel good on the eardrums. For yours specifically, anyways. And there's kind of an intensity building, and you see light shining down as if it is coming in from cracks in the ceiling, but there aren't any. And you see that part of his somatic gestures are turning into this whirling, and a kind of sheer, thin black light has been without words explaining this fucking scenario, without moving it with his hands. It seems by a part of the spell, there's a sheer black sheet that moves to cover Tari, so you just see her shape under there. But you see, it's like the opposite of a glow. It's like if a glow didn't illuminate more all of the things around it, if it cast a shadow, even if there wasn't a light source on it just like darkens. And it almost looks like wispy tendrils of smoke are kind of flowing out of Ratari. And then the abbot's kind of hand starts swirling more and more, and the diamond that was on the head of the table floats up and starts spinning and spinning and spinning until there's this crucial point where the lights just flare and the diamond shatters into this ring that just gets really wide and starts to illuminate just this really bright, like dappled golden light. And he condenses it kind of in his hands and lowers it down, and it slowly floats to kind of this veil, the sheet that's all over Ratari, kind of where the mouth would be, and it floats in. And there is a moment where everybody's breath is held. And Ratari breathes in for the first time in like 36 hours or something.
It's alive! It's alive!
And
Yay!
she just immediately bolts up and like takes like trying to see around, not even realizing the whole black shade thing, and then tries to look around to see what the hell just happened.
That felt like it took months.
Stop breaking the fourth wall!
Egan? Manu? Eddie? Weird Goblin Think? Abbot?
Yeah, we got the Abbot to bring you back to life. We really rushed back here as quick as we could.
Welcome back, weird elf thing.
Elf?
Tiefling. How is it tiefling?
You all look the same to me.
I would have thought that bones would have been a giveaway. But yeah, although as she's finally trying to get to her feet, she starts hearing like what sounds like whispers around her head, just all saying weird things, arson, murder. But she tries to look around the room and doesn't necessarily see anyone saying anything. But she's trying to keep it to herself at the moment.
And you are alive. You do feel real bad. You've got 1 hit point. And I already messaged you the other negatives you have. You're fully alive, and you didn't have any other poisons or other like conditions on you, but like even if you did, those would be gone. You're almost like a brand new, like fresh person. But the act of your the fact that your soul was out of your body and swirling around in these dark mists of Barovia has left significant marks on you that will take time to rest and recover to kind of get you back to full capacity. But welcome back to life, Tatari. And I think the Abbot says something similar. It's like, welcome back. Your friends, they made sure that we're not lost forever, and I did what I could.
Thank you. Trying to slowly get up with all of her might, although I think even now it's a little bit hard for her to still keep on the armor that she's been having on, like to stand with it, and try to go down into a bit of like a bow to the Abbot, and go back to her friends and like, what just happened?
The spiders killed you, and we decided that you being remit to death in this place was not an acceptable outcome. So we bit the bullet and agreed to have the Abbot resurrect you. When you went down at Argynvost's Hulk, it was already effectively close enough to Vallaki, especially since, as you can recall, Jacques here had found the missing girl, and we dropped her off at her place on the way. We got the dress that the Abbot here wanted, and made the trade for your life.
And at that point,
on that note, he says, yes, if you'll excuse me, it seems like you have some catching up to do, and I need to check this dress against Vasilka, see if any alterations are needed, and I'm going to be very busy. This is an exciting time. And before any of you are like, yeah, that's fine, he just starts going upstairs with his dress, gleefully as you've ever seen him.
As
He's
he's
gonna call after. Jack is gonna call after, be like, "Have fun with your dress. It will look lovely on you."
And right before he says that, Jatari just goes in for a great big group hug between Manu and Tegan, especially since she's known them the longest. Kind of and kind of starts going into a bit of a weep. But anyways, go ahead.
As the abbot is scurrying away, Tegan will either speak to him or use message if he's that quickly out of earshot. Is the room I had mentioned in request earlier already open, or will it require keys or other passage?
Oh, yes. If you can go and ask Cloven to make doubly sure that it's cleaned for you. Esmeralda is out, has been for several days, or just a day or so, but she said she will be returning soon. But for the time being, at least, you have the room to yourselves.
Well, I'm gonna put a big meaty bugbear arm around Jatari's shoulder. So, you went and got yourself Stuntman Eddied, huh? How was it, being dead?
And at that point, all the memories start flooding in from ghost chats of holy shit, what the fuck did I just say? And trying to put two and two together of is everything that I'm now hearing of all the whispers in relation to basically being blasphemous against my own god. But this is all inner monologue sort of stuff, and just is I actually don't remember too much about it. It was just a lot of blackness, a lot of fog. But I was able to see you all, I think. I was able to at least follow myself back here. And thanks again for carrying me back, quite literally there, Eddie. And just...
that was pretty cool, huh?
And I tried to do my best what I could from the other place. Not sure how much I was able to help, but I tried to do what I could.
So, what did it feel like getting bit by that spider?
Pretty fucking painful, I'll tell you that. Everything was on fire.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
And then Tegan is standing there trying to decide which part of this conversation is actually more amusing to her. The fact that Stuntman Eddie had also been getting attacked by those spiders and yet was asking what it was like to be attacked by the spiders.
Yeah.
Or Stuntman Eddie talking to Dratari, who is a woman, and saying, "Hell yeah, brother."
Yep.
It's like Stuntman Eddie's died already. He's so to die.
Yeah. Well, Stuntman Eddie's already been dead. That's
probably the same as you, pal.
Yeah. Stuntman Eddie is because now Stuntman Eddie and Jatari were both from the same place, which is south of heaven, baby.
Yep. And that's
New hometown.
And that's something Jatari's gonna have to work the fuck out.
I gotta get you a jersey.
Is that the deep south of heaven?
What?
Luckily, it is Louisiana.
A tired toad in a shabby green robe. He was staring at the
because I actually
beautiful
have
mushroom house,
hometown south
masterfully
of heaven,
carved by himself a long time ago.
But
It was just an old crooked.
But
age, none of your business. Or what? No, it's,
oh yeah, it just
need something else. Need to know basis.
But yeah, no, even after trying to say, like, you know, her blood was on fire, she keeps hearing even, like, deeper and deeper, what sounds like almost the voices that seem a little bit familiar from her past. Like, coming back to haunt her, almost. To remind her of what she's already done.
Can I make a perception check to see if I see the turmoil in Dratari's eyes?
Yeah. Make a perception check, and for Atari, I guess if you want to make a deception check, if you're trying to play it off like you're doing good, or
Sure, why not?
a performance check if you're trying to convey that you are
Everything's all good.
not.
Oh, good. I just got revived. Let's see, what do I have?
Got an 11 plus 2.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
Was it deception or performance, you said, right?
Yeah, deception if you're lying, performance if you're
That would be a
Lying dramatically.
because I have a +3, but I also have a -4. So yeah, 9.
-4.
and I'm sorry, what did
Wait.
what did Eddie get?
11. Or,
Yeah, you see there's hurt there.
I've seen that hurt before, brother.
You've seen
Let
it
me
in
tell
the
ya.
mirror, you felt it
Let
in
me
your
tell
soul.
you, it gets easier. Give it about 5 minutes, in fact, and you should be right as rain. Yeah.
Jack leans closer to Tegan and just. I did not know they were brothers.
Thanks, Eddie. That means a lot. And kind of just going in for the deeper hug, which is a bit of like a half trying to stabilize yourself, half trying to be genuine about it.
Just remember, anytime you feel down on yourself, just think about some cool things, and then you'll instantly feel better.
These are the few of my coolest things. And
Dying.
Man, Eddie does not understand mental health.
Nope.
Tegan does the message whisper
What do you
trick to Jack.
Want
It's
a
like,
job that I don't hate.
please understand, no one in this group is actually related except maybe you and the other Jack. But we are all extreme eccentrics that just kind of accept the eccentricities. Meanwhile, Tegan is kind of like just like including the eccentricities of the Jacks, but leaving that as implied but not said. That said, whatever happened to the shadow assassin ghost thing?
It vanished into the mirror.
He grinned and kind of walked deeper into the mirror after receiving the name.
What the heck is that thing? And this is going to be a case where like we can kind of just skip past like the actual explanation.
Well, the entire affair with the shadow spirit would have been 10 through 15 minutes into the hour resurrection ritual.
Yeah.
Oh,
you were,
no,
you were
I meant
still very
like-
much dead.
So
I meant-
your only clue that there's anything up is that there's this massive steel mirror here that we're carrying around with us that we weren't carrying around with us when last you knew.
No, yeah, that's-
Mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest goblin of them all? It just pans in on little Jack, who just goes,
Yeah. No, but that's kind of what I was getting at, like, where she would just see the mirror for the first time and going like, why do we have a mirror? Is that Eddie's new headgear?
Well,
We're killing somebody with it.
you remember Fiona Wachter and the fact that we left her in power in the town of Vallaki, and that wasn't necessarily a good thing?
Yes, I remember the fire, yes.
Yes. This mirror was in her possession, and the possession of her and her cult from that basement with the undead, as I'm sure you'll recall. And apparently this mirror was marked up with the chance that would be required to activate it, along with notes from her that it was for her to use to strike out against enemies that were too far for her to strike out with against more conventionally.
And we didn't try to use it against Strahd?
We have not tried that yet.
Well, I mean, maybe if it works against Lady Wachter, we can maybe use it again in Strahd.
Yeah, and especially because this just summons one assassin thing, and maybe that would be able to do something against Strahd, but considering how defensively powerful vampires are even when they're not a lord of the land, wasn't really counting on it.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, our ability to use it ourselves at all is completely ancillary. The primary purpose of taking it was to take it away from her. The fact that we can use it now is
I would also be worried about provoking Strahd unless we are fully prepared to fight him. I don't think we will ever do a half attack.
Exactly, or poking defenses when you already know it's a massive wall that you're only going to be able to take out if you overwhelm it all at once. Summoning the assassin might be a good way to have an ally in the fight against him, but not something to send after him on its own. I would say.
Well, if nothing else, it'd be a good idea for later to keep this on our payroll, so to speak.
And one way or the other, Wachter was a major problem that was at least partly our fault. So, having done something to take some responsibility in the resolution of the problem we pushed along.
I wonder who's gonna take over after Wachter.
And when will we find out?
Well, if we don't like them, we can kill them too. Too soon?
Yeah, well, on that note, when will we, know if it actually works or not?
Well, that depends on what route we choose to take from here. Argynvostholt didn't work out too well.
No idea. With now thoughts of like spiders coming into mind.
All the spiders are dead now, though.
Enjoy your arachnophobia, by the way.
Oh, don't worry, it'll go well. For a second, think I'm not going to be role playing that.
But in a similar direction, we still have the flooded land of Berez that has at least two things that come immediately to mind for us to want from there. And further south beyond that, somewhere, is the Amber Temple, Though that would be difficult to find our way to, since I don't believe we have anything more specific of a route or direction of that beyond what I just said. And then there is to the north the Mad Mage, which, if the card reading we were given by Madame Eva can be trusted, could also be of significant assistance to us against Strahd. Or we could decide, fuck all of that, and just go to meet Strahd for his little engagement thing, accept that we've lost and cut our losses, and try to get him to let us out of these lands.
Already feeling like the weight of just getting realived again. Jatari basically looks at everyone and goes, I don't think we're ready enough for Strahd at this moment.
We got killed by spiders.
We
Yeah.
got by fucking spiders.
I think
I'm saying either we can go to all of these various locations in order to try to prepare for an encounter against him, or go to his castle and try to appease him.
No, there is no appeasement in this land.
in however many times that we saw him, he in the end he got one thing from us, and I think that's the only appeasement he needs, and he's already got it.
I would be inclined to agree with you, except that brings that his note that he sent us to invite us to his wedding, it makes that a curiosity.
We shouldn't. I don't know. If we go, we should at least be able to defend ourselves. I mean, we got our asses kicked by a few dead men and some spiders. So, like, he's supposed to be like a really powerful dead guy, and he's got a flaming horse.
So then,
I used to ride a flaming chariot once, and he took it away from me. I'd like to see that devil burn.
I thought
Out
there
of
was
character, I don't think we should fight him.
no, not yet.
So, do we try again for Argynvostholt? Do we go off
I am
to
really interested.
Perez?
I think we should try to avoid combat wherever we go, just for now. Like, I'd rather not get our asses kicked by something small again.
And actually, at that note, Jatari does perk up and go, wait, we didn't finish up our dealings at Argynvostholt.
No,
No,
once
we-
you were dead, we beelined.
Yeah, we killed the spiders, but after that, we took off.
See,
Did we kill them? I think we just got Jotari out of there. You
Yeah,
got
I'm
blasted.
pretty
Yeah.
sure we ran.
but I think
No,
you guys
I'm
did
pretty
kill the
sure we
spiders
killed
before
them
you
all.
went. Yeah,
Oh no, you're right, because they couldn't really fit through, so it became really
Yeah.
easy.
the only issue at hand was
Jatari.
I basically went in far enough where a spider was able to plant itself between the door and myself, and I got webbed up. So
Yep.
yeah, by the time that I realized, yeah. We were able to at least kill the spiders first, but anyways, going back into character. Yeah. Out of nowhere, then she gets her sounds of failure that's thrown at her for that, but she basically tries to pipe up. She's basically trying to make the sound that you would if you're trying to talk over a large crowd, even though it's still dead silent. Well, despite that, how much do we want to go back there to finish the job, as it were?
I mean, I would like to. Another thing we could maybe do is hurry on back to Vallaki and just kind of see if Lady Wachter is dead or not. And then if she's not, we can just do that ourselves.
Commit murder ourselves?
I
Harrison thought.
would say that is a great plan of something to do on our way to one of the others.
We also could consider for Vallaki leaving it for a couple days to see what happens in the. Like, if we go now, we'll see what happens immediately after the assassination. If we go later, we'd see like who rises to power.
That's true, assuming it's successful.
Actually, so in that same vein, it's like I'll say it as Jatari, but not to necessarily shoot ourselves back in the same foot on this. But if we let it kind of go by its own self, wouldn't we necessarily just end up in the same situation? Wouldn't it be better to be there for the assassination so that we might have a better hand in choosing who might be the successor? And maybe do it right this time, hopefully. Probably.
I mean, I don't know if there are any other political players in town except that dude with the arm that's missing.
Yeah, but we kind of exposed him, right, as part of the old regime in front of the town. So I don't think that he would have the political pull anymore. I don't think he ever did. I think he only.
And also, he was objectively muscle for a political party, and less a political party in their own right.
Also,
Yeah.
we weigh his arm, so
I mean, he might think that he's smart enough to be the burgomaster, but
I don't think we're necessarily on talking terms after we literally severed his arm.
Yeah, without his arm, I don't think he has the power to just muscle his way into power, and that's what he would have to do, given his history of how he had treated the villagers. If he tries to come back and put himself in charge without that
That's
muscle
true.
power,
He's no longer able to lay down.
yeah.
Only the regular arm.
He no longer has the right to bear arms.
okay. So yeah, other than that guy, there's like nobody who would take over that place. Maybe we can give it to Rictavio, or maybe we could do
I
it.
mean, y'all know that Rictavio got ran out of town. The Wachters are a prominent, if not political, family in the village. They have ties to everyone. So I mean, just riffing off this, I don't know if canonically this is the answer, but I feel like Wachter goes away even without the party's help. It just seems likely to me that the natural progression would be like, well, y'all take care of us, so you want to do that at a more like official capacity and not just in food and hospitality service.
Yeah, I was thinking if the tavern owner wanted to step up, that it should be his. But that depends on if that person wants to. I would especially be in favor with that, because even if he is on the outs from the Wizard of Wine's family and the Were-Raven Guild, still connected enough to people that are virtuous enough that Tegan at least would have way less misgivings about that person than most any other.
But to be clear, Erwin and Davian Mardukov can't fucking stand each other. But all of the Mardukovs are in good standing with the Keepers of the Feather. So Dimitri and Danica and their boys are, part of Keepers of the Feather, as are Erwin and extended Mardukov family at Wizard of Wines. They are, as the Mardukov family, like an integral part of that affiliation. But yeah, Erwin and Davian can't fucking stand each other because they're parent and child, and that's how it be sometimes.
So
we could kind of take it easy and see if we can find Rictavio.
Rictavio is an outsider, and not an outsider that they trusted or liked or would accept as rule without rioting.
No, I don't mean putting him in place.
I just as next to do.
As a thing to do, we can go and find Rictavio. I think Esmeralda told us where he might be around.
Assuming that the person Esmeralda is searching for Van Richten, we suspect that Rictavio and Van Richten have something to do with each other. Might even be the same person, but mostly just have something to do with each other.
I remember I messaged him and asked him that, and he was real, like, he didn't like that very much.
Yeah.
I don't have it written down, so maybe Esmeralda didn't tell us where he was.
There's some kind of a tower out near a part of the lake.
Yeah, we did hear about Lake Baratok, right? I remember.
Well, the north side of Lake Baratok is where the Mad Mage has been being seen.
The north side of Lake Zarovich is where the Mad Mage has been seen. Lake Baratok is a much smaller body of water that is closer to Krezk than Velaki. And it does have somewhat of a hybrid between a peninsula and an island, kind of like a finger that juts out into this circular body of water that has a tower on it. That's some old, like, wizard's tower, like, long gone, but it seems like the type of place, or at least to Esmeralda, it seemed like the type of place that her old mentor, Rictavio, Rudolph Van Richten, would take up as a layer of operations. And that is just like the fork, that, like, in between the Luna River crossroads and the Raven River crossroads, there's a fork in the road. that y'all keep taking the south of the two, and the north of the two is the way you would have to go to get to Lake Baratok.
So, and this is Tegan talking, in my opinion, it couldn't hurt to stop at the tower on the way to elsewhere, and we can either go from there to Vallaki and check on it at that point, or we could instead go to the swamp village of Berez to the south, because that's, while it is south of Vallaki, the roadway would have us double back first. At least that's what I remember from having just looked at the map.
I mean, if we're going from Krezk, Lake Baratok, it looks like the closest spot to go to if you want to just kind of take them out in order of travel.
That's kind of what I was getting at, is go to Lake Baratok, and then from there,
Yeah.
either immediately head south along that road, basically back like we went to Argynvost, but instead take it all the way toward further south towards the swamp of Berez. Or we can continue to Vallaki and then from there head north to Zarovich and try to find a way to cross the lake towards the Mad Mage. My problem with the Mad Mage is we don't necessarily know what's wrong with him. And we also don't necessarily know.
He's angry.
He's a little angry. He's angry. But anyways.
One other thing, Steven, when you sent that list of quests, other things, it said help Lady Walker's daughter. She might be a nice person.
Yep.
Have we done anything about that yet?
No, we just know that
Lady Fiona Walker asked us for assurances to help her before she would let us see her, and we couldn't grant those assurances without seeing her. So we don't know.
Yeah, we just know she's like sick or something.
Yeah, because she could theoretically become
the heir.
A good option for Burgermeister.
Is there a way to get to? I don't think we would know. To the north of Lake Zarovich without going through Vallaki?
I mean, there is without like going inside of Vallaki, but you'd be skirting around the walls basically.
Or we could stop at the bridge across the Luna River. We could follow the coast at that point.
Or just like head north along the river?
But that
that works.
Could pose difficulties and dangers. But I would say check tower because it's basically on the way to anything. Doesn't matter where else we're going. Unless we're going back to the Wizards of Wines, Lake Baratok is on the way to everything from here, basically.
Yeah.
Otherwise, whether we want to go from Lake Baratok south by south, and try to muck about in the swamp and find the first of the things that the tarot reading told us, and pick up a gem while we're there. And then from there, if we want to decide to continue south to the temple or double back north and trek through Vallaki and yada 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 yada. Vallaki entirely depends on how long we want to let it sit and stew before we check in on if the assassination worked and what happened.
Is the swamp south of Argynvost called?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's that same road. We just continue along.
Yeah, it seems like.
No, but y'all did a little bit of off-roading to when you exited Argynvost and headed into the Svalich Woods, where the Vistani camp was. You crossed over the path that would take you to Berez. So, like, no, the road to Berez is not the same as the road.
Could you ping it on the
It,
okay,
let
thank you.
me.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
well,
Okay.
but-
So,
yeah,
like, the swamps
if
are
we,
like over here.
So yeah, Argynvost is here, and it doesn't show up on this map for some reason, but like the path to get there is like a dirt road in that direction. So that's the way to get to Argynvost.
Okay.
This other dotted line is the way to get to Berez. And y'all kind of like scaled down this hill, crossed the road, and then crossed the river, and then went into the woods here, and the Vistani camp is somewhere around here. So yeah, while on the one hand, the road to Argynvost is not the road to Berez. If you were trying to hit them up in that order, you could take the road to Argynvost and Mr. Toad's Wild Ride down to the next road that'll get you.
oh,
It's like chutes and ladders.
first and foremost, we need to spend the night here because we're all worse for wear. Dratari more so than most.
And at this point, she basically this is a bit of a retcon, but basically she uses the black cloak that the abbot used for the ritual as almost like a sheet to wrap herself around. And yeah, just like yes, thank you for that. And
Extra goth Dratari.
extra goth, yes. Yes. No, more goth Dratari.
Where do we want to stash the mirror? Or should I just keep carrying it? Because I'm also down to keep carrying it, if that makes sense.
I think we should
just get a
absolutely leave it
very,
with the
very
Abbot, right?
large poncho and role plays Clint Eastwood.
I was thinking, like, we could stash it somewhere where no matter, like, if we are at ends with the Abbot, we might not be able to come back in. Just at some point for something. Seems like someone who we may run into. So we might want to.
Yeah, he theoretically
outside
does
somewhere
owe you
we-
one more favor.
Oh, one more favor.
I don't know. I don't remember exactly which parts of Vallaki were burned. I know it was like the southeast, but if the coffin maker's shop is still around, we could, he's
Oh,
dead.
that was burned. That was super burned.
Fuck!
Oh, we could do it in the Vallaki church, right?
Yeah, that was.
Oh, yeah,
that was
that-
cool.
It's abandoned.
I don't
that
know
was
if I could-
also you were told by Lady Wachter that is where Lydia Petrovich is currently living. That is the widow
burgess.
of Vargas Velopovich, the late burgomaster,
Oh,
and
right.
owner of that mirror and dress.
yes. I have a very, very key question here also. You mentioned that 25% chance check was to have an alignment drop. Do any of us have any knowledge of that fact?
Somebody casted Identify.
Yo, that would be me.
I don't necessarily think Identify. I mean, does Identify tell you every single thing about an item?
I can read Identify off to you verbatim.
Choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. The last line only pertains to creatures.
I'm not going to try to think of what spell created this, nor do I want to put that power in the hands of my players necessarily. You already have it here.
No, when it says what spell created it, it's talking about like if I cast the creation spell to make a bunch of wood planks. A magical item is its own category in that list of things that it said. You learn what it takes to activate it, what its properties are, etc.
Yeah, what you learn is that it summons a one-time use assassin, and that the form the assassin takes will be different if it is summoned by someone who is evil or not evil alignment. And sure, I'll go ahead and say you do learn that every time you use it to call a hit, it is a cumulative 25% chance that creature's alignment shifts to neutral. So if Jacques did this a second time, it would be a 50% chance, or a third time, a 75% chance, and a fourth time, it's just happening if it hadn't already.
I'm willing to take that risk.
Is half of y'all are evil, like aligned anywhere? Or
No,
I guess less than
I'm
half
not.
now.
No, because
neutral.
when we got res, our alignment shifted by one step. So Tegan went from neutral good to true neutral. Albeit Tegan doesn't know that, but because we lost our first paladin soon after that, and our second paladin hasn't really fully... I don't remember if Dratari did tell Tegan yet that she has the aura of having been affected by an evil, but even if Dratari did, Tegan would probably rationalize it and still not realize that her alignment had been shifted. But anyway, the point is, to take us somewhat back to on topic, when talking about where to stash this mirror, there's two big reasons I wouldn't want to stash it anywhere other than keeping it with us somehow.
I'm fine with that too. Just rope it
the
to the back.
Yeah, the first is even with its potential for consequence, having the assistance of another combatant, especially a particularly lethal ambusher, that we could then follow up on that initiation, it's too handy to just leave it behind. But that is the lesser of the reasons. The far greater reason is I don't want it to end up in someone else's hands, especially not while I speak of deliberately and knowingly misusing it, which is to say using it at all. I really don't want to leave it available for someone else to.
And that to that note, Jatari just kind of suspiciously eyes the mirror even more, going, "Well then, what's the point of keeping it? Just is there a way to destroy it and be done with it?"
No, you can't destroy it.
No, because we want to keep. We want no one else to use it except us.
I personally would be amenable to you destroying it if you really think you can. Magic items tend to be quite difficult to destroy, but
That's kind of what I was asking. Is like, I guess more of a question for Agatha. Maybe when we had used the identify spell, could we tell if this? Because I don't want to drag it around and break it because it's a mirror, a fragile object. But is it fragile if it's not fragile?
It's polished steel.
There is glass that is a part of this. There's iron, silver, and glass. And this is a magical item, but it is also a fragile item. It seems like that glass is pretty easy to break. As easy as glass is to break. And you estimate that breaking the glass might break the whole damn thing.
Yeah, see, that was my worry. As funny as I think it is to carry it around, I don't know if it's realistic.
Hey,
If it is realistic, then I'm down. Great for character art.
If you remember where we originally stayed when we stayed with the Abbot, the room where Eddie and Esmeralda were, there were more rooms up there that he says he doesn't mess with. So if we can probably hide it in one of those, since he says he doesn't go there, and he wouldn't even know it was there.
But the question be, if he does find out what it is, what's stopping him from using it? Or even worse, pray tell, if...
I'm just thinking, we go put it in the woods somewhere. Like, it doesn't even have to be, like, crazy hidden. I feel like the people of Barovia probably don't go wandering in the woods very often. And if they do, I think that they're not around anymore. So I think if we just went 50 feet into the woods, throw some leaves on it, and then we want to use it. Maybe not.
You do have a companion that knows about werewolves and other sentient creatures that are just tight with wandering around the woods.
Yeah,
that are also evil and tight with using evil magic to
that's a good
do
point.
evil shit.
Yeah, my thoughts are keep it with us, or like Jatari said, powder the dang thing on purpose. My main thought, the alpha priority in my opinion, is keeping it out of the hands of others. Keeping it in our hands and for our use is the secondary concern.
We're responsible.
We literally just killed someone on the whim.
What do you
That
mean on
was
a
not a
whim?
whim.
And yes, and we're responsible.
That was a person who had some kind of demonic cult raising undead, who she favors Strahd's leadership, and that's not even the beginning of the tales of how obviously bad she was upon any level of recognition. So that was not a whim. That was we trusted her to be in charge, and we should not have, and we had to clean up our own mess and mistake, albeit it was a mistake we made with violence, and then it was a mistake we had to clean up with more violence, and that's not a good habit to get into.
That's how I clean all my mistakes.
But
Actually,
if you had seen her meeting and heard her meeting with Manu, this is a person, and also seen her new version of the city guard that was made mostly out of her cultist friends. No. I understand what you're trying to say, but that was not on a whim. Not at all. That needed done.
And do you have...
It wasn't done on a whim, it was done on a mirror.
Nah.
What up?
And actually, to go back for a second, like the moment that you said mistake, the word then seems to like reverberate around her mind, like a whole bunch of people are like, you know, echoing it into her. And now at this point, I think she's now finally realizing this isn't happening outside. This is happening inside, or like inside my own head. Great. Like trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Why do I keep hearing all these things? But yeah.
Welcome to my world. Just voices in your head.
Yeah. And so yeah, just trying to like quieten down everything. Just like, okay, fine, we'll keep the Mia for now. I think I just need some sleep, I guess.
Well, I do truly. I am not in any way, shape, or form the leader of this group. I just happen to often be the loudest. All too often by a very large amount. My thought process is we can't let it be in the hands of others. I think, Dratari, you may have a point that it might not necessarily be the best to be in our hands either, and that the best thing might be to have it be destroyed. Whether we keep it or whether we destroy it, I'm not sure which is the better path.
Giving look at it, it's
I like keeping it.
Yeah, me too.
It's just kind of cool.
Oh no, from a gameplay perspective.
And then Stuntman Eddie kind of believes that honestly, it's just kind of cool.
Quite frankly, I'm happy to use it and mind studying the sophistication of the magic.
I got dibs on the next time we use it.
I do not trust you with it.
We don't know if it's worked yet, and I wouldn't want to. If we destroyed it now, it might cancel our orders because we.
Yeah.
That's actually a very good point. And if nothing else, as I just said to Dratari, eliminating that person is definitely a good thing.
It would also be good because we we may be able to see how they do it, also to try to guesstimate their like power level, basically. Like if we go to Volaki and there's like a half-mile crater where Lady Walker's house once was, then we know like, oh, we probably could finish this campaign in about 15 minutes by sending it after Strahd.
Right.
If we find about a 3-foot-long dead caterpillar on her doorstep, then we know not as powerful as we thought.
I mean, there's a reason why.
I have a and actually, I guess this is as good a time as any, Agatha, to ask how. So I have the athlete background. Is that something you want to work with, or use at all? Where I have like a 50% chance of finding someone who will give me information in cities.
I've never read the athlete background, but I'm guessing it's something like a lot of backgrounds. Like this one's like you have a whatever chance of, because of this background, you have affiliation with these type of people that could house you or give you information.
Yeah, exactly. It's I find it an admirer of my fine and intricate stunt work.
I don't want to withhold that from you, especially if it's from the background it shows, but the two facts of you don't have any memory and you're not sure if you're from here or
that's a good point.
Outside of here.
It could always
so,
I wouldn't be that upset about it because also Barovia takes things from all of us. It wouldn't be unlike it to take my background, and once we presumably eventually leave Barovia, perhaps I would regain that recognition. I was just wondering, because it is an option I theoretically had for getting information. One information I'd want is, hey, did anyone hear anything about how Lady Walker died? Because we might not, like, if the family finds them, we might not find clues.
Say
maybe there's like someone around who would know something.
I think that is important enough gossip that even if details were to be obscured, there would be someone in town in the know that is more than willing to tell you exactly what happened. So I feel like without having that part of your background, you could still get that information should you get to a place to ask about it.
I was wondering about it simply because I've never actually like a background, that kind of background, like any type of downtime thing. It's just never really been a part of the campaign. Then, yeah, I'm definitely team. Let's not break the mirror, and then either bring it or stash it. Because if the biggest worry is, will it get found by someone else, then I guess we could bring it with us. We run the risk of losing it, but at least we don't run the risk of it being taken. With the exception of if, like, Stuntman A got downed or something, and you had to leave the body. Which is very much a possibility, but...
Also, you were with your Identify informed that you could only use it once at a time. There could be only one active hit out at any given time, but you were not given clear indication on, does this take precisely 7 days, or does this take a varying amount of time depending on distance from the place the mirror was used to summon and where the target is and how difficult the target is. There's with your Identify, you weren't able to get like, what's my cooldown time on?
Right.
The next time I could use this.
There's just a whole lot of who the fuck knows about the thing.
when
which
they
definitely reinforces
Tegan,
that.
you do notice that it is not whispering anymore. Everybody else, even if they perception check 30, they would not have been able to hear that whispering. But you were able to, only when you were pretty close to the mirror, hear it, like horror movie whispering at you. And now that the summoning has been used, it is not. It is silent.
Okay, so we do have a way to tell when the deed is done.
Okay.
You would if I relayed that to you, which I'm not sure I.
Out of game, we have a way to do that.
Okay.
It's okay if I don't. If Eddie doesn't.
But yeah, if we're talking about out of game stuff, the possibility of the person carrying our gear being the person who also has advantage on death saves. Yeah, I'm not that worried. If the person who takes half damage, if the person who has a crap load of HP, takes half damage from almost everything, and has
when raging.
has permanent advantage on death saves. I'll be blunt. If you go down, that's not going to be our only problem by that point.
Yeah.
I also have advantage on dex. Dex saving throws for like half damage.
Wow, you have advantage on death and dex?
I think.
Yeah, because of barbarian.
You're making these your bitch.
Yeah, any dex save that has a source that you can see, you have advantage on.
Poisoned too. From being undead.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm immune to.
Can't put me to sleep either. Completely immune to sleep. Magical sleep.
Nice.
So what you're saying is Jack called the wrong person an elf.
Well, like
you
like
can
he said,
put yourself
Jack
to
can't
sleep
tell them
if you
apart.
drop out of life with bong in hand.
Or my book, I guess. But speaking of which, do you still have my stuff?
Sent to another plane. Oh, I had one more direction we could do with the mirror. Theoretically, and we don't know this, so it would be something that Tegan could think of if Tegan wanted to. No one else would know to do this, but because we know that we may know that the whispering tells us when it's like in effect, basically, or like ready to use. We could just wait it out and use it multiple times if we wanted to. We could just chill here for like a couple of weeks and just keep assassinating people. That's also an option we have. I don't know who else we would kill, but that is an option we 100% have.
It's like it's like a joint. We're just passing around the murder mirror.
Just start making up names.
See if it works.
The Curse of Strahd equivalent of a burn
calling
book.
random numbers.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Not just that, but Death Note.
I was just gonna say we're
Aardvark
actually
Anderson.
villains in Death Note now.
I've been thinking the whole time, to be honest.
But my thing with that is the idea of making sure that we check in on Velaki in order to see like you were the one who raised the point of going to check on it in order to be able to tell the relative power level and
Oh, you're right.
all
You're
of
right.
that.
Otherwise, we'll just get it killed on the second try. If we
Yeah.
get foolish.
And it has that chance. It has that chance of alignment shift every time, and we know that it works differently for people of evil versus non-evil alignment. I did not miss that part, and we don't know. And we don't know what it does to someone who's evil. which wouldn't be a problem, except it turns us evil. So even if we keep it and use it, we have to be careful with the possibility of overusing it. That said, all we really need for that is enough silver. Because as Dratari, who's used this specific spell to make holy water, should know, the ceremony spell that Dratari, Tegan, and Manu can cast, if something forced your alignment to change, you can conduct ceremony, spend 25 silver, and get your alignment shifted back. Tegan would have done this already to switch herself back to being good, but she doesn't know her alignment was shifted. So...
And to your point, I think I actually have that on... yep, there it is. Ceremony.
Yep, and I think as a Redemption Paladin, that's one of the spells that are always permanently prepped for you.
I think.
Sounds right.
But yeah.
But yeah, it's...
We need someone to... Manu's been around the longest. We need Manu to... Hey, Tegan, you feeling alright? Been acting a little different.
Ooh, not only that, but I could see, like, next time I do the eye spell to see, like, what if good or evil thing. If I look down at myself for a moment and see that I, like, been downgraded because I died, then that might be able to be a good, like, prompt for, like, hey, something's weird happening. I guess when you die, blank happens.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it all goes, but the point is that even if and I have been role-playing that. That's part of why Tegan has the far more aggressive attitude towards the Abbot and stuff like that, is she's not good. She's not giving these people benefit of the doubt. In fact, the reason she, in character, vaunted the possibility of abandoning all of these people to Strahd and just trying to take him up on his offer and maybe trying to, like, fine, whatever, we can't fix this shit, so we're just gonna go if you'll let us. That is not good. But, yeah, there's that too.
Yep.
But yeah, one way or the other, though, I think we're at least resolved to, for now, keep the mirror, see how it goes with Fiona. Part 2. Our next destination is Lake Baratok. Is all of that correct?
I'm good with that.
Oh, I'm good with that, yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, I have no idea. Well, I as a player do, but Jack has no idea where you guys are doing, what your goals are. But
Stuntman Eddie doesn't either. Just no misgivings about it.
But he's also just kind of been traveling around selling stuff, and upon now that he knows there are other people who have just kind of been dragged into this place, he figures, why not go with these idiots and see if they can figure out how to get home.
I mean, safety in numbers is a good thing for you too. Yeah.
Right.
We haven't tried to kill you, and that's probably more than a lot of Barovia can say.
Let's not say you haven't tried to kill me, Manu.
I haven't. Just little Jack.
By we, I meant me and Stuntman Eddie.
There you go.
And I've only threatened you once. Come on. That was just when we first met.
Once is just banter. Come on.
Yeah, it's witty banter. But that being said,
yeah, I'm so down for Lake Baratok. And so is Stuntman Eddie. Stuntman Eddie is the easiest adventuring partner. He's basically just a dog. He will follow you around.
He's just...
And Jatari just has a lot of...
He only has one goal. You're not doing it, and he doesn't care. He's like, all I want to do is go fight Strahd right now. But I'm just not going to, because it's not what people are talking about right now, and he doesn't make his own decision.
And
he does he doesn't make his own decision, but he does do his own stunts.
and after Tatara's like declaration of like trying to basically cure the land and bring redemption back to Barovia, she's going to try to do everything in her power to make sure that's like, okay, we're going to be fucking ready this time, and not be wiped out by goddamn fucking spiders.
Or have to stand by helplessly as villagers get fireballed.
Yep.
Or
I think now too, Jatari might be searching for her faith.
Exactly.
um,
Oh, and actually, on that same note, since it seems like we're kind of wrapping up the scene, speaking of the mirror, she does have one last like flash of the mirror where she does see herself, for the first time in a long ass time with her hair down. In which case, she keeps hearing, specifically at this point, Father Philip, I think is the guy that I named, the guy from his father, as in like priest, pastor kind of guy.
Yeah.
Berating her for being hideous and ugly, and putting up her hair before you do anything else. And right as she's about to grab to do so, she basically just lets her hair fall down in defiance. And yeah, that was just one last note I wanted to put in there.
and Tegan before we bed down for the night, is going to want to take Jack aside
Whatever it is.
and try to catch Jack up on everything that's been happening. Kind of start in with, it's been a very rapid pace since we've met, so I apologize for not having done this with you sooner, seeing as how we're all outsiders to this land. I will say that I, at the very least, greatly appreciate the help that you've been, though I am at times not entirely certain I understand why you've gone ahead and attached yourself to us and stayed with us, given that you have not really given us any reason for camaraderie, nor have we given you any reason for camaraderie other than being mutually assistful in battle. But this is everything we've been through so far. This is everything we know. This is the objectives that we have in this land and what we understand of those objectives in this land. In essence, Tegan's going to try to do an info dump as a way of trying to make or keep peace.
Okay.
And the last sentence is, also, don't take AoE spells personally.
I am going to try not to hold it against him. I suppose I am just used to working with more, shall we say, proficient comrades who can aim their spells right.
I'm going to be
Perhaps
realistic.
as we continue.
Back. I'm going to be very realistic with you. That is exceptionally more than fair, because I know both Manu and I have had a history of catching our allies in the shadows, amongst other things. And to be fair, the two of us are the last remnants of the people that we came into this area with, and even that wasn't our entire actual original group. And we are literally adventuring students who are still being taught this stuff. So the possibility that you're used to dealing with people a bit more professional, we're first years. We are freshmen learning how to be adventurers.
Not me.
Oh.
I'm a pro.
Well,
Tegan is
given these new circumstances, I am sure that myself and also Jack can forgive the turtle soup. Sorry, I mean Manu. Maybe as we work together, we can find our stride in teamwork.
That would be very nice.
As for why I am adventuring with, I found myself in these mysterious lands, and I have been traveling and essentially just selling wares, hoping to find my way home. The first time I've run across like-minded individuals who may not belong here entirely. So I figure if I stay with you, maybe I will find out more, and it's certainly safer than traveling just Jack and myself. So you needn't really worry about me not having your back. I am used to fighting in a group against, shall we say, things that go bump in the night.
We had what agreements we had when we found you with that girl, and we understood the situation to be what it was. But it is nice to now have a better understanding of each other. And hopefully more can grow from that, or at the very least be amenable. I didn't really take you aside to try and make excuses for Manu's spellcast, because I already addressed that right after it happened, I felt. But yes, we are venturing freshmen, and we're going to fuck up. Everyone's going to fuck up. Us just maybe a bit more than most.
I appreciate your situation and for taking to explain it, as well as what you have been through. It certainly helps bring a sense of camaraderie, knowing what we have gone through.
And with that, Tegan tries to hold out her hand to do the whole warrior's handshake where you grab by the wrist. Tegan has a Tegan has a strength of 6, and it immediately shows.
And him being who he is, he kind of just grabs a finger like this, and he'll grab like your index finger, and then like Jack Jr. grabs like your pinky, and it's like a really awkward 3-way handshake.
While still screaming in the metallic scream, right?
Oh, of course. It's how he communicates. So it's just nice, quiet handshake up here, and then down here it's just.
I do love the fact that each time Discord is cutting you off. By the way.
I'm assuming my mic peaks, and that's perfect.
Yeah, the Discord auto noise cleanup is surely not. That surely sounds right.
It's no, I don't know. We'll protect them. Don't worry.
Obviously, he doesn't want this sound to be within the recording.
But so he does the screech, and of course Jack looks over at Jack Jr. It's like, I agree. No
Well,
context, just I agree.
Yeah. You're just Han and Chewbacca-ing it.
Yep.
But
That could also be another whirring sound from Metal Jack. But anyways, what were we gonna say there, Brooke?
that was all I had. That's
Okay.
everything I wanted to do before we settle down and then set out the next day.
I wanted to give Jack and Tegan inspiration for that nice little conversation.
And actually, yeah, as one last note, Jatari does talk to Jack for a second, basically saying, "Hey, thank you for helping out my friends for bringing me back. Sorry that we might have started off on the wrong foot."
It is okay. I will try not to shoot you. Deal?
That is all that I ask. And at the very least, my aiming only goes so far as my sword will.
And you can rest assured I will do my best to make sure you don't die again.
Thank you for that. And I'll make sure that you
not
don't.
look like the most comfortable thing to go through.
Not really. But hey, I do have a sweet cloak now. And then just wraps it even farther.
You are looking very qu'est-ce que c'est? How do you say?
Figured.
Middle school. Oui. Like you don't know who you are.
I never have.
Oh dear, I relate to that. And he stares off in the direction of Metal Jack.
Did I just hit a nerve for this whole this whole call here? Oh dear.
Just like him and Metal Jack are just staring back and forth like they're having an identity crisis.
Somewhere you just hear Mad World start playing.
That's the end of the conversation. They just stare at each other.
Yeah. And then, yeah, basically, Jatari just starts walking off, finding a bed of sorts to just crash on. And I mean that a little bit more.
I imagine you were all in that one kind of bunk room where the majority of you had already met Esmeralda. And it's cleared out and cleaned out. There's probably not enough beds for all of you. I think there's 3 beds exactly, but you can figure it out. And if you want, you could go ahead and mark off long rest now before we start our next session. The last thing I wanted to ask Eddie, roll a d8 for me.
Dun dun dun.
3.
3. See here. Okay, this is this is not for the players. None of the player characters are privy to this information, but imagine, if you will, for a second, this is a TV show. You're in the Abbey of St. Markovia. The camera's panning away. It's going through the Svalich Woods. It's going to that spot in the crossroads where you were attacked by the Revenant. It kind of gets into the ground, and where this Revenant lay slain, you see he is rotting and molding and disintegrating and erupting with insect life, and it takes no time at all for any organic matter that this being was made out of anymore is just gone. and just some equipment and worn items, Moth Bear, are just like sinking into the dirt of the Old Svalich Road. And the camera pans out up into the murky sky and then over. And then it keeps panning east, and it gets to Vallaki. It crosses the gates of Vallaki. It goes to the Church of St. Andrel. It goes to the cemetery. It gets down in to one of the gravestones and one of the mounds of dirt that is a grave site there. And just a moment passes, and it erupts, and a body springs forth, the hand out of it, pulls itself up out of this grave. It is another revenant looking very similar to the one you slayed, and almost looking right into the camera. It's like, I'm coming for you, big boy. And then you cue the outro music.
Yo. You have you have big fans, dude. They're all coming to Stuntman Eddie's shows.
Hey, this is nothing new, man.
Believe me, everyone wants to kill me.
I'm picturing like this thing like shows up.
Got a lot of haters. It got a lot of lovers.
I'm picturing this thing shows up and Stuntman Eddie's just like, "Welcome to the show, brother."
Come on and slam. Welcome.
Do the jam. Yep.
It's like Stuntman Eddie is like everybody now. He's the hero we need but don't deserve.
I will say also that it is my out-of-character personal hope that we can go from where we are and kind of like skim glitch things and be able to go towards Strahd, towards Lake Veritok, and thus not have to deal with encounters, and by that also not have to have any encounters, and we might end up like staying another rest at the tower so that we can start trying to knock away Dratari's resurrection penalties.
Say that player-wise, what happened there or no? I can't remember if we did or not.
Just you feel bad. Mechanically, you had a -4 to a bunch of different types of checks. After you have a long rest, it'll be a -3, and after 2 more or 3 more long rests, it'll be back to normal.
No. I was asking that. Did I actually say what you just said right now? I guess it's kind of moot now. I couldn't recall if I actually said out loud what the penalty was or not. I was roleplaying the hell out of it, but yeah.
In out of character, veterans like most of us are aware of what those penalties are.
Gotcha.
In character, given that Tegan and Manu both had cleric levels while we were still in class, if I recall correctly, and even if Tegan didn't have her first cleric level while in class, nevertheless, bards get those spells too. So I can't imagine that information about resurrection and its costs and penalties, I can't see how that wouldn't be a major emphasis in the curriculum of an adventuring academy. If it's not, then whoever's in charge of Adani at this point, I need to have some words with.
Which actually kind of makes it a little bit better with Dratari literally stumbling in like ass backwards into the whole situation, so she's not even a student for all this. She was just a Mormon girl that just randomly came into this whole situation not knowing what the fuck's going on. But, yeah, I guess this is all to say. I like the idea now of, especially that penalty, of her basically interpreting that as like, oh, great, so my god didn't care enough to actually show up for this shit, and now he's going to penalize me for being blasphemous as fuck? Well, thanks. Although, especially if she does get better, I could see that also being interpreted as just having a bad hangover. You know, death hangover.
It happens.
Certainly not as bad as what the penalties were in past editions, where you would literally lose levels. And if you had no more levels to lose, your constitution would permanently be penalized.
Jeez. No, yeah. Actually, I'm
Dying
having
was
a lot
bad.
of fun.
Go figure.
That being said, I'm actually having a lot of fun role-playing with that penalty. Is what I'm just... the long and short of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Especially now, after the fact of having fun in death chats, being blasphemous little... just be a little blasphemous.
Being a distracting little...
Don't talk to me till I've had my coffee, and don't ask me to do shit till I've had my 4 long rests.
Exactly. That's so long and short of me right now. I'm just now
And
imagining...
that is a mood I feel every day.
Totally not stealing that, Shifty guys.
No, but honestly, if y'all don't mind, I still might just keep on that angle of like, oh shit, now she basically just hears shit.
No, I mind.
Which is just... Okay. Because that is fun for like the, oh great, now she basically has... I guess that would be a little bit of PTSD from A, death, and B, everything that drove her to where she was at that moment. Or the manifestations of her own insecurities, I guess. I guess that would be the word for it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
And even make it better by just saying, oh great, now it's my own god screwing with me. Great.
Great.
Or my own supposed god now that... after that whole tirade.
Having a crisis of faith now.
As a paladin.
Strahd will do that to you.
Right? Oh, I'm fine with that.
Out
It's
of
actually
game
kind
2.
No, that makes it. I do have fun with that. Like, oh great, a paladin or a cleric that is losing faith. What does that mean now? Losing my mind.
Wish somebody would tell me my fine.
That's what it was.
We're all singing the Weird Al.
Nothing is fine.
Yep. Yes. That's exactly the version that came to mind.
Isn't it always?
Yep. Wait, was that the one that you had at your wedding there, Scout? I know that you had one of the Weird Al, like, focus songs there.
Oh, maybe that might have been our request. When we opened up to request.
That was Jules.
I don't know, it's not.
I knew it was one of those, but I couldn't remember if it was that one or
I'm sure
not.
I knew what it was at the time. I just...
Oh, no. Yeah, I was singing that lyric for lyric. But yeah, thank you all for getting me revived.
Yeah, I'm glad we could find it.
You're welcome.
we got a Death Note mirror out of it, so
Right?
True.
There's no way we would have found that if you hadn't died.
I just refuse to be light Yaga. Oh no, wait, I'm Yaga. Does that mean I'm gonna go out like a bitch too?
Wait, we missed that first bit. We only heard you say last.
There was a middle of that sentence that I am sure contained all of the context.
Yeah.
All we heard was, oh shit, am I going to go out as like a bitch too?
I'm not
That
giving
was
more context. That's all you get. No,
Well, to your
what I
answer.
said was, wait, I used the Death Note mirror first. Does that make me light Yagami? Oh no, I don't want to go out like a bitch too.
Yep.
Cause like that show was pretty good up until like the ending when he went out like a little bitch.
To
Alright.
be fair, a lot of the Death Note show was people pretending they were way more clever than they were, which
True.
given that they were more clever than average and they were teenagers, completely fit. But Light definitely let his god complex take way over for him way too quickly.
Yeah.
And it led him to fucking up a lot. But yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know when the next episode is gonna be. The usual time slot would be the 25th, but I don't know if that already doesn't work for anybody. The other 4 Saturdays are the 4th, the 11th, the 18th, 25th. We don't have to pin down that date right this second before we can go, but that's just throwing it out there. Those are the 4 Saturdays this month.
I don't think the 4th will necessarily work for me. I'll need to double check when things are, but I think the 18th might be the best for me, but I'll double check.
Okay.
I pretty much don't schedule anything on Saturdays. Just until I know what day our game is going to be on. I do have another monthly D&D game that goes on in Bloomington that is, well, in one of the towns nearby that's starting up again. Our first session in a while is going to be next weekend. So as long as it doesn't fall on the same weekend, I should be available for the other 3 Saturdays. I'll be able to tell you what weekend that is next week.
Okay.
Assumedly.
And I'm gonna go ahead and cross the 4th off.
Okay. Yeah, just for a little bit of a peek behind the curtains, I'm part of a Sierra Club related class known as the Wilderness Basic Course. I take people out every other weekend for wilderness adventures. So yeah, I'll need to double check on what weekends those are, but I'm pretty sure it's actually, I think it might be the 11th that's supposed to be completely free. And I think of that.
And I think Chris and I might have been planning to do like a weekend trip to Portland, one of those weekends next month. And I'm not sure which one. It might have been the one that's like adjacent to Valentine's Day or after it. I don't remember.
Portland's fun.
If it's adjacent,
when we were.
Yeah.
So yeah, even I, off the top of my head, don't know exactly what my availability is.
Okay.
But
Figure it out.
that is the screen I pop up at the end of the episode to determine when our next one will be, and instead of this is the date, it's a list of dates, and we'll talk to each other between now and then. Also, yeah, I still do want to get together for a little chat about stuff with the campaign. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the game, this is basically 2 years in Curse of Strahd. I don't want to take a whole third ass year to finish it. I really want to finish it in not a lot more episodes. There's the TLDR version is like there's side quests and like invented quests that I've injected into this campaign as things on your to-do list that I'm thinking about just taking away from you. Y'all don't have to do all that to beat the game. And I'm also thinking about changing your fated ally is somebody you don't know who it is, but it's the Mad Mage.
Right.
Who knows that Mount Baratok. If y'all didn't need to meet him, there is zero other reason for you to go there. And as an ally, he's not the most helpful. He's definitely not an in-combat ally, not because he's unhelpful, but because he's overpowered and not allowed to be used as a combat ally. I was thinking about swapping him out with Esmeralda, perhaps. Somebody you already met and could link back up with.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's definitely going to be a more in-depth conversation, because I have certain reasons for actually wanting him around. Assuming he's a wizard with at least 5th level spells. But at the same time, I don't know what it would take to actually activate him as an ally if he's actually unwell.
How it's written in the book, they really don't give the DM any ways to inform the players on what to do. So what a lot of DMs say, it's like your players get there and it's a clusterfuck that they don't know what to do about, and they just have to leave. Is the experience of a lot of DMs and a lot of parties that have that ally. I could change the requirements or what have you, the things you need to do to figure out what you got to do and then do what you got to do to make it more manageable and make it easier. But it was just a thought I had that it was like Esmeralda is already a character you all liked and met and wanted to have as a part of your company, and getting to the top of Mount Baratok and then doing this encounter correct enough to where at the end of it you have an ally is a lot.
I mean,
and I thought if I could simplify that.
Lesser Restoration, Dispel Magic, Remove Curse, or Greater Restoration. Those are literally the only options that exist in a player's kit. So the only question is it one of the ones that we can already do right now, or is it a 5th level spell that requires a costly material component? That's... to be realistic, those are the options. But the thing of that is none of us can do anything like Wall of Force. And Strahd has a very strong reputation for being a slippery motherfucker once he even so much as starts to lose. And being able to pin him in a field with Dratari wielding a lightsaber and Manu calling down the daylight and just frying him in place with him having no way to escape. And Tegan hasn't taken it yet, but because of her ears especially, the very next level, I'm swapping one of my spells to silence. And the second I have silence, any of the teleportational spells require verbal. And you literally can't do it. And there's no save. So, silence, bring the light, and bubble. That's the only real way I can think of to actually beat Strahd. Because anything else, he's just going to escape and come back at you harder again. And that alone is the one and only reason why I would want the Mad Mage, is literally for Wall of Force. If it wasn't for that one thing that this party does not have, I wouldn't care who the ally was.
So I don't know anything about that. So I'm all for brute forcing anything to improve play experience. I always believe in fun over. So, if you think that changing some stuff around like would make the play experience better, I trust you as a DM. So I'd be all for it. I have no problems.
Yeah, I would say
I also
I'm
don't know
fine
any
with
of the Strahd meta, so to me it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of fine with either, because to me it really boils down to how long do you want to keep playing with these same characters in the Strahd campaign? Because it's like,
well,
it's like
think the
I
intention
like
is-
your characters. I like spending time with your characters, but the tone, the setting, the themes, everybody is the same kind of bad. Me doing a bad Russian accent. I am
100%
so ready to have silly characters with stupid voices that are, having just more lighthearted quests that aren't,
this
A,
child
it's
is
the
getting
weight of the
kidnapped,
world, but
or-
a world you don't even care about. You're stuck in. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the gothic horror genre. It is a good setting for gameplay, but it's the longer we've been running this campaign, the less enjoyment I've been getting out of feeling stuck here. I feel like your characters are stuck here, and I also feel stuck.
And I
Timber
have
over
come to
a place that
really
sucks.
dislike Strahd, not the character, this adventure path, because the vampires in the attic, there was no way to know that we were face-checking that. The Argynvossel thing, we were literally invited there, and yet suddenly we face-checked something, and I have to assume there was some way to actually really have it be a peaceful encounter, or maybe even a helpful one. But there's some switch somewhere, I would have to imagine, to solve how to get allies or information out of it, or whatever we were invited there for. And the Mad Mage, even you've already said, that requires us face-checking it in order to try and maybe figure out how to solve it. And there's just too much of that in just what I've experienced so far of this adventure module of how are we supposed to know how to deal with this in any reasonable kind of way.
I think that's not just a problem that is with, Curse of Strahd. I'm seeing a lot of that in
Adventure League.
In the Adventure League ones in general. Like, gosh, what the Neverwinter camp setting. What's it called?
Rime of the Frost Maiden.
Yeah, Rime of the Frost Maiden. Rime of the Frost Maiden. I'm seeing a lot of. There's no like.
There's no way to investigate and know what you're getting into.
Right,
There's no way to.
Oh, the bigger problem. The bigger problem is that, like, in a lot of these, they have things that are so far out of that you can just stumble into. Like in Rime of the Frost Maiden, our group faced an encounter that 90% of parties wiped to. 90%, and we were. And the challenge rating for it was something like 9th level, and we were a party of 3rd level characters.
Oh.
We just stumbled on it. And we only survived because I cast Featherfall, jumped off a cliff. We were literally like, nope, fuck this shit, and jumped off a cliff. And that's not the first and only time, and there are consequences to actions that are very far going. Like they send there's like a quest that sends you into this mine and you're getting attacked by kobolds And like the intention is for you to wipe out the kobolds, but you don't have to. Like you find some of the kobolds that are like friendly, and they're just like, we were forced out of our home and forced here. We just want to find work. So you can actually set them up to work with the town, and then they become informants. But then you find out that they were forced out because of this other thing, and because you didn't kill them, one of the kobolds betrays the town, and it causes a big problem. So it's just like there's no foreseeing some of this, and then a lot of it is really out there on the challenge level.
Like a party of third level characters opening up the caskets in that attic and having to face, let's see, our 4-person party activated an encounter with 4 level 3 characters activated an
5 or
encounter
6
with
vampire
5
spawn.
5 CR5s.
Yeah,
And we
so
weren't even all together. Keegan was downstairs watching the captive, and we just got curb stomped and pumped. And the only person that actually got away without dying at least once was Stormy the Rogue, and that's legitimately because of triple dashing. Triple dashing towards the church. And
I'm out.
And triple
That
dashing
is
to the-
another problem with Curse of Strahd as written, is that it doesn't have a difficulty ramp so much as it has a difficulty fucked up sine wave.
Well, and that's the same experience with Rime of the Frostmaiden. That encounter I was talking about, we were literally trying to set up a fake sacrifice, and we got caught by the fucking avatar of Oral. Yeah, we got caught by the avatar of an evil goddess who is imprisoning the land in ice and snow.
Get wrecked.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. And so we were we were like,
Whoopsie.
no, bye bye. So and it ended up out, but it wasn't just Oral too. It was like a level 9 priestess of Oral, plus like her followers and summoned wolf. And we're just like, and like we killed most of them, but like, what are we gonna do to the avatar of a goddess who is, yeah.
I think also just like beyond the module, I can appreciate what Agatha I think was saying about feeling a bit burnt out on the tone, because it is part of the horror and the grotesque is the monotony, the ever encroachingness of it, and 2 years of that is a lot to do, like creatively, role playingly, flavorly. You know, like I think Agatha said, only so many times can you do.
And I'm not able to role play a lot of characters that you as a party like and want to pal around with. I'm mostly role playing, you know, like evil little shits that are trying to make every single thing bad for you.
Yeah, there are a lot of
like every human has the same voice. I'm excited to do like in Spelljammer, I already have like several character voices. I already fucking know I'm gonna do my bad impression of Trixie's bad impression of a Swedish accent for one character in specific. But yeah, like it's like I don't know, like I feel like I'm not facilitating fun so much as a string of bad news.
I kind of feel the same way, like just that I've had a good time with this like feeling and vibe, and I'd like to keep the same party and characters and try them somewhere a little different, like anywhere outside of Barovia. So if to do that in a timely manner, because we exist as humans outside of the game, if there's like a bit of railroading to get us towards a end, or like
Yeah.
Not
like
railroading so much as there are 3 quests that I have added into the game, and y'all aren't even close to like starting them yet. Because I felt like there was so basically, to spoil it, the 3 spooky, mysterious locations with standing stones that I've been bringing up over and over, and all the players just like, ooh, what do we do about this? What do I do? Like,
Are you talking
and
about
for
like the windmill and the?
Yeah, the standing stones at the windmill, the standing stones
yeah.
at Perez, the standing stones at Yester Hill.
We just finished shutting those shrines down.
So your DM also decided that this campaign needed something added about those, because it's not actually in the book. So I added kind of my own flavor to it, and the consequence of what that is and what helps you if you undo those things. I don't want to retcon and be like, oh no, that's not a thing anymore. But I almost want to be like, oh, you guys don't have to worry about it because Esmeralda already did.
It was a MacGuffin or something.
I think I would also be in favor of stuff like that, just to kind of speed us along.
Sure.
I'd like to. I think it would be cool to not be in Barovia in 2024.
Yeah.
I think at the moment, there's no chance of that not being
the case.
At least another year, right?
Yeah. Well, that's
I will say
we have what 11 more sessions this year.
Yeah.
I will say it feels thematic for it not to end until next October. I am so fucking tight with it ending before then, and I would really rather not have it last long.
So for me, that being the case, I'm all for speeding things along and basically racing towards the end goal, particularly especially since you're not getting as much enjoyment out of running the game as you could otherwise.
Yeah.
To me, if you're not getting enjoyment out of running the game anymore like that, then something desperately needs to change, because that's the whole point.
And I also
of
don't
playing
want
and
to
running the game.
not finish the campaign. I do
Right.
want to get I will feel like a huge fucking failure if I do not get this campaign to its conclusion. That being said, it seems like y'all are still having a good time, but if me feeling like a failure for not completing this is the only reason we're continuing on, we don't need to. Like, I definitely am down to keep going, because it does seem like either everyone is very, very nice, or you are genuinely having a good time playing this game. So I don't want to abandon it. I definitely do want to finish it. And, give respect to maybe this is sunk cost fallacy, but give respect to the 2 years we spent on it so far.
No, I'd like to finish it. And
Yeah.
Maybe not finish every part of it, but finish. Not have to finish the middle, but I'd like to finish the end.
Yeah.
I'm happy to finish it with you guys too. I know I came in much later than everyone, but I'm enjoying getting to know everybody's characters, getting to know every play style, and trying to become a part of the group. So I feel like finishing this, even if it's sped up, will help solidify that going into the game.
I agree. It really sets us up for whatever the next adventure is, as we finish our first quest ever.
Right.
Well, you finished some quests, but
no, like it was our first quest was to do this task.
I was about to say, I was like, man, I finished a quest in this session. I finished a quest in my very first session, my own personal quest, returning this child to her family. What have you done?
First quest.
I'm just
We're-
so
we
much.
have
I'm
the-
just so
we have-
efficient.
We have the quest that we're gonna turn in like 4 years after starting the game. We get like 4 XP. 2 days.
Yep.
The guy's like looking at you like this was a beginner quest. You should have.
Oh, you
completed
missed
this in an
missed
hour."
class yesterday. Where were you? Glad you're back.
Yeah.
Well, not just that, but like
24 hours passed.
Jock and I get there, like, what the hell are you doing here? You're not even enrolled here.
Okay. To be fair,
I don't
though,
know.
who here has done the MMO thing of you still have this one of the starter quests in your queue, but you've
Yep.
been doing like 20, 30
Oh,
level ahead quests, and you've been knocking out a bunch of treasure elsewhere, and you
Yep.
get that one thing, and it's like, oh, yeah, I never went back and handed that in.
I was playing Borderlands 2
Journeyman
with
flying.
Soul.
What is that?
I was playing Borderlands 2 with Soul, and we're close to like level 30, and I realized that I still have a quest like level 10, and I was like, oh yeah, and we were going to do all the quests because she's never played the game before, so we went back and did like a level 10 quest, and I was just like walking around, just like letting people beat on me because it was whatever. I was like, man, you want to feel like a god, you come back and do a quest 20 levels under you.
I had
God
this
complex
idea.
really going.
Elden Ring. New
Yep.
Game Plus. Oh my god.
I had
That's
this
the same thing with
idea
Dark Souls.
that made me laugh every time it came to me while I was reading Witch Beyond the Wildlight. I was just imagining running a party of characters that are over-leveled for the campaign and evil aligned, probably, and just having them steamroll the campaign. Like
Create absolute havoc in this.
yeah, just like something about that is very funny to me.
Marquino este Bizarro.
for like a couple, like a 2-shot or something.
I feel like it would take longer than that, but I definitely feel like the carnival section could get condensed down to y'all run into the carnival and guns ablazing and find the portal. And, you're not, you know, seeing all the sights and whatever. It's like the juxtaposition of tones there. I find very funny. Like basically a fucking like the team from the OG Predator in fucking fairy adventure, but they've all got their AKs or whatever automatic.
Yeah,
Dude, I that sounds like it would be pretty cool for like Rime of the Frost Maiden if everyone's just like some macho kind of evil person and we're just like going out there and blasting everybody. We just take over 10 towns and
Fucking Rambo.
Yep. Probably take me a little bit to roleplay as that kind of character, but yeah.
They were first in initiative, not me.
Get to the dragon. Take
If
my
it dies,
hand,
it
want to
dies.
live. Or my personal favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger line from any movie he's ever done. Drop the cookie now!
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
It's your daddy.
Just like take absolutely like lines that don't even make sense for right now that's happening. Just throw them in.
Turbo Man!
Yeah. Shoot, what's a line from the one where he gets pregnant?
My favorite is definitely "It was not me. The pavement was your enemy."
Oh, please don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Last action.
Yep.
God, I miss Schwarzenegger acting.
Right.
Chill out.
Oh, now that one's just a
You are
classic.
on ice.
Now it's time for the Ice Age.
The Ice Age.
Oh no, yeah, and hang on, that's what killed the dinosaurs. The Ice Age. That's what it was.
I feel like he just like threw that line out there and wouldn't let the director cut it. Come on, that's genius. Leave us in.
Yeah, I just imagine like, oh god, that'd actually be so much better if they actually tried to write Arnold Schwarzenegger as like a serious character, but
Yeah.
Arnold himself just coming up with all the puns. It's like, no, guys, I'm going to be saying the puns in the movie.
No,
He
you're
can't
supposed to
stop
be. You're
me.
supposed to be like a terrifying villain. That was terrifying. You know, like the Ice Age killed all the dinosaurs. He's going to kill them. It's scary.
Chill out. Haha, you get it.
Cause ice is cold.
Yep.
Oh.
One was a fever dream, but I would still rather rewatch those ones than any of the Christopher Nolan ones.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's actually been a while
At
since
least
I've seen
those
like
have like
any of the Batman
nostalgic
films.
value too.
What was that?
Those have like nostalgic value too, more so.
The very 90s and blacklight lit,
Hell yeah, spandex baby.
bat nipples.
Yep.
Yeah, putting
Bat
the on the
butts.
bat suit was just like
The best decision ever.
like
I love The Dark
Tell-
Knight,
tell-
but the Tim Burton movies will always be special.
The dark nipple.
The Dark Nipple?
like tell me that this came out in the mid 90s during the height of camp and the popularity of Buffy and Xena without telling me that this came out during the height of camp.
Yep. Bat nipples.
I feel like those ones did have the most groan-worthy product placements, though. The like, I never leave the Batcave without my whatever
Credit card.
Like
The Bat credit
it
card,
had
yeah.
like. Do not disparage anyone who enjoys those, unironically or not. It's whatever. I enjoy those movies a lot, mostly ironically. But it's like, it's camp and it's fun and it's stupid enough that it just makes me laugh. But the product placement in those ones specifically are so, it's like worse than Space Jam. Like,
Space Jam or Space
I
Jam
love Space
2?
Jam.
I don't know anything about that second thing you said.
Suffice it to say, Space Jam 2 is worse for product placement. And I'll leave it at that.
I'm sorry, I lied. There is one thing I know about the second thing that you said. That is, Michael Jordan shows up, but it's Michael B. Jordan.
B. Jordan. Yep.
Sure is. And they did it on purpose as a joke.
Yep.
They're like, we got Michael Jordan. I'm Michael B. Jordan, though. So Space Jam 2 was not a good movie, but it had it had its amusing moment, particularly when you watch it with kids, which I did.
I don't have kids, so yeah.
I don't have kids of my own either. We watched it.
Oh no, I meant that both senses of A, I don't have kids, but B, like I don't like have any younger cousins that are like close enough to me that I can make that an excuse to watch something like that.
Yeah, well,
Honestly, if I did, I would...
growing up, my siblings and I were the youngest, so
I'm an only
by a
child.
significant margin. Like my cousin has a daughter who I attend classes with. Yeah, so it's younger by a significant margin.
Yeah, my cousins kind of run the gambit. I think my oldest cousin is like 40, and my youngest cousin is 10.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately though, most of them don't live here. So.
Okay. Awkward silence.
Oh yeah.
Space
Oh,
Jam
yeah.
will kill the conversation.
You
Space
just
Jam
can't
2,
top
Will.
Space Jam. You just can't top Space Jam. It's just how it is.
Yeah. The only thing that will top it is Alexander Slamilton. That is a thing. That someone spent, I don't know how long,
Hang on, where's
but
the
more time than you'd think to somehow combine Space Jam with the Broadway play Hamilton.
Hang on.
I mean, compare that to Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter and...
Okay, I loved Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah. That was
So
a
first of
really
all,
fun movie. Okay.
fuck you if you don't like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, alright?
in that it is very intentionally, extremely tongue-in-cheek camp.
Right.
And I'm always down for that.
Good. That's like not liking Pacific Rim.
So, you mean the second one?
Pacific Rim 2. Where the monsters are stronger and the acting is worse.
I always forget that they made a second Pacific Rim film.
What about what they also made an animated series or an animated movie?
Did they?
The whole Tremors series.
Hell yeah!
I just like 1 and 2.
How can you say no to Kevin Bacon?
The new one is really good.
By the way, I googled Pacific Rim to tell you the name of the animated show, and the top things was Pacific Rim 2 a flop?
If you have to ask.
Right? Let's see.
But don't get me wrong, I actually do really enjoy the first one. That was a fun time.
Yes. So the second one was Pacific Rim Uprising, which is the one you're thinking of. And then there was the anime series Pacific Rim The Black.
And now we're going to get a Pacific Rim Revengeance. Just to include
also, if we want to, I think we're actually we have those quests. We actually only have one quest, and that is to find Eddie's motorcycle, and we can all jump the fog wall. So that's also an option to bring back to it. How the hell do we get out of it?
Just gonna ramp right off a mountain.
Before he makes that fateful jump, Eddie's gonna look into the camera and just point and be like, "This is for you, kid," and then just.
See, I figured out what the problem was. I wasn't going fast enough.
and everybody's just gonna sit there like, "What fucking kid is he talking to right now?"
We're all adults here. Relatively speaking, I have no idea. Although
little did everyone know he's talking to Jack Jr. Eddie could understand Jack Jr. the whole time.
I speak machine.
they've bonded.
Nah, that being said, I'm glad that I finally actually gave Jatari an actual reason to be here. Be actual fucking motivation for the future. It took her to die first, but hey, there you go.
That's
what you need,
like
right?
Saw in life you did not appreciate. Now in death you will find.
I prefer to see it like a Goku thing, but yeah. You just get you develop more when you're dead.
Just force feed her a sensu bean, so.
Yeah.
Wake up, bitch.
Now we get to find out if Jatari is a Saiyan and actually automatically gets much stronger every time you've been defeated.
Right?
I'm already preparing to cut off her tail.
I think Tegan's power is in the ears, right?
Right?
That's where most elves keep their power, right?
Tegan's a human.
We actually don't have...
What is unclear about you all look the same?
But I'll also be fair here. To repeat what I said last session, Tegan has never succeeded on anything anywhere near... if you actually look through the track record of things, Tegan is pretty consistently failing at most things. Until last session when I kept rolling high by some far out miracle. And that's part of why I was so excited last session, is like, oh my god, I'm actually able to do things. And so the source of Tegan's power is not her ears. The source of Tegan's power is apparently Stuntman Eddie.
Oh, and not only that, but
I'm picturing like in like 2 episodes, like Stuntman Eddie walks in, Tegan swoons, and then for some reason Jack and Jack Jr. in the background. Everyone looks at Tegan like it's expected, and then the others just do a double take. Why are you swooning? Why aren't you? But here's how Jack views people, okay? You've got round-eared elves, you've got elves with tusks, you've got short-bearded elves, you've got elves with horns, you've got scaled elves, you've got kobolds, they recognize those.
that's the only other race they recognize.
Yeah, you've got really short elves. You've got really short elves again, because they can't tell apart halflings and gnomes. God forbid.
Yeah.
Let's see what else you've got.
Turtles.
You've got elves, but not as pointy.
How about hobos?
Huh? Oh, those they're hobgoblins. Yeah. I mean, they're goblinoids. They're inherently superior, so he recognized ones.
What about autognomes?
Huh? Autognomes?
I don't know.
Jack gets really confused because more Jacks are popping up.
He keeps yelling at the autognomes, Jack.
and his sense of identity and identity crisis just keeps getting worse and worse every time he meets another autognome. The Jack hive
just
mind continues to grow.
Vaseline smeared over your eyes, or you just don't have good vision, or
it's more like a you could consider it more like a schizophrenic break, where he doesn't see Jack the way everybody else does. He sees Jack as a mirror version of himself, rather than as like a mechanical version. So he's not sure which one's real, but he doesn't really care at this point. So that's a better way to view it, is like he's more or less having a schizophrenic break.
Gee, I wonder what that feels like.
like Android number whichever one that was on DBZ Abridged, that every single thing is either a bird or not a bird.
Yeah. it's just the construct is also Jack. And that's why he knows what it's saying every time it screeches. But to him it's not a screech, it's just words.
Oh god, is that actually like his own processing of things that he wants to say that he just keeps hearing Metal Jack say? That's why he always agrees with him?
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, I think at least for Jatari, I think she finally has made a good clean break with her own calls. Which is actually probably one of the things I wasn't planning on doing, but I'm glad it turned out this way. And hey, if we do continue with these characters in another campaign, it'd actually be kind of fun to see, like, okay, where does she go from here?
I may for the next I may or may continue on with Jack. Not entirely sold on liking Artificer yet or not. Part of me is having like buyer's remorse where I'm not playing a cleric just because I like clerics. But I wanted to play something new, something that would be useful as a support. So I just kind of landed on I've never played an artificer before. Like, fuck it, let's try this.
Oh, sorry to cut you off, but you reminded me as it relates to shit I added to the campaign that I want to trim out some of the fat of. You want to do magical tattoos, and the way the rules as written in Tasha's about the magical tattoos and how they relate to artificers, like, as somebody who does tattoos, like, I just hate how they work mechanically. It doesn't make sense to me. I've done multiple different drafts of, okay, how can I make this, you know, not feel like nails on a chalkboard to me every time this tattoo is used, but also isn't gonna nerf or make this like. And I'm at the point where it's like I'm taking out some fat. Just use those tattoos rules as written. I don't give a fuck. I could not be so damn precious about, well, this is a thing I do, and this simulation of that thing doesn't align with my experience of doing that thing, so I'm gonna have to change mechanically how it works.
It's
but
like
also, I'm gonna
it's
take
like I've
3
told
months
you
to decide how, and still never quite get there. But be patient, okay?
It's like I've told you. If you wanted to just be like, you know what? No, we're not gonna use that. Be like, okay. Like the main value from those tattoos is the fact that I can put them on somebody else and they can. So for instance, I can put it on Stuntman Eddie and he could be like, bless. And Stuntman Eddie could have the joy of casting spells.
Yeah, Stuntman Eddie needs some sick new ink.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't ask what those characters in Goblinoid actually read as.
Oh my god, that would so be. Oh wait, no, Eddie speaks
Goblin?
Eddie is fluent in Goblin.
Oh, you are. Oh shit.
Yeah.
You're gonna look in our mirror. Why did you write Caveman Eddie on my arm?
Yeah, I know Common, Goblin, and Orc.
Oh shit. What languages do I know? I know Common, Draconic, Goblin, and Orc. 3 of our languages. We know 3 of the same languages.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh,
no wonder we get along, brother.
Not just that, but I just realized.
Do you also speak whatever language that thing is talking about?
Yeah, I would say because I do have mechanical proficiency.
You're used to like listening to Greasy Gertie and like listening to
you gotta listen to the machine. You gotta
you could hear that machine and also kind of know what it's trying to tell you.
You hear it in the roar of the engine or the road.
Also, I just realized, yeah, you do know Draconic. We could have, if you were in the room, you could have been able to do the translating for Ghost Jatari back then.
Sure
could
have.
First time. But oh well.
Sure could have.
That is actually kind of funny. I like how that turned out.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, now actually you still have the letters in case if I need to send them off. The whole point for me to die is to get someone else to write my own damn letter. My own death notes.
Oh, I'll be able to replicate more items once we hit our next level too.
Ooh.
Like Boots of Elvenkind, Cloak of Elvenkind, Cloak of the Manta Ray, Eyes of Charming, Gloves of Thievery, Lantern of Revealing, Pipes of Haunting, which are pretty cool. Pipes of Haunting are good. A Ring of Water Walking.
Yeah, I haven't even seen what next for leveling up would be.
I don't get a whole hell of a lot for leveling up next, but that is one of the good things that I get.
It also does suck for Dashari that, like, y'all hadn't been level 5 for very long, and, like, level 4 is the cutoff for getting resurrected with dark powers.
Yep. I was completely unaware that was even a thing to begin with.
Neither was I, but yeah.
I was.
And I think that's also not in the module. I think that's something that was added to the adventurers,
Yep.
but it's not in the book.
That being said, I like the fact that it was in there, but not for level 5. For you to say like, oh yeah, my god was able to save me back then, etc., etc., just to give more of a reason for Chitauri to have the angst that she does now. That, let's be honest, it's super fun to play with. The whole like crisis of faith, essentially, that she's going through.
So
He gives me a chance to, shocker, roleplay in a role-playing game. Who knew? Anyways, you were about to say?
So the tattoo can have cantrips or first level spells. So essentially, I could theoretically put like absorb elements or like shield into it. So Stuntman Eddie could totally cast shield as a reaction and be like, no.
That would be
Yeah, or absorb elements.
I don't have too much bear aspect.
Bear
Ass what?
Yeah! Sorry, Scott, I don't know what a pect is.
Yeah.
Other than pectorals, I guess.
Yeah.
When I get pegged, it's bare ass too.
There we go, there's the joke. And there's the punchline.
It pretty much
Aha,
just
butt
helps me
stuff.
carry the mirror around better. I get more carrying capacity and advantage on push, lift, pull, break, object strength checks. So not too much.
Let's see, just for funsies. Aura of protection.
Yeah, you get your charisma to all your saves, and anyone within 10 foot of you gets your charisma to all of their saves.
Finally, my charisma will be worth the +3. Jeez.
Yeah, it's Paladin 6 is a big one.
Yeah, Paladin 6 is amazing.
Nice.
Meanwhile, I get tool expertise. I don't get any more spells. I don't get any new spells. So I basically only get tool expertise and then additional infusions, which isn't negligible. I get 2 extra infusions known, and I get an extra item that I can have. So I can consider handing out actually handing out magical items now.
Nice. That'll be nice. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that, though, earlier. I'm playing around with a Artificer character with another campaign in line. Still trying to figure it out, that one as well. Doing the, what is it called? Armorer. It's been fun, essentially playing a very smart tank. But yeah, otherwise it is kind of weird.
I forgot, I have actually a really good armor class.
Oh.
Yeah, I have an armor class of 18.
Oh shit.
And it could be 19.
Oh, for getting a shield or something?
Huh?
If you get a shield or something? Or...
No, I currently don't have. Oh no, it could be 19. Never mind. It would normally be 17, but I'm using my armor infusion on myself, which makes it 18.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have proficiency with shields, so.
Gotcha.
Plus, okay. I wouldn't use a shield. I use a crossbow, which is a 2-handed ranged weapon anyway.
Yeah, for me, I like the sword and board kind of aesthetic anyway, so it works for mine.
Yeah. I could infuse you sometime. I could start using infusion.
Ooh, that'd be fun. Infuse both Stuntman Eddie and myself in front line.
Well, right now I only have 2 infusions, and one of them pretty much always goes towards making my crossbow repeating.
Oh, right.
Which basically makes it so that I can ignore the loading property of the crossbow, and I can use my extra attack with the crossbow. Otherwise, I would have to attack, then reload.
We also call this Hollywood logic.
That's like honestly kind of what it is. It's Hollywood logic crossbow infusion. Just,
All I can think of is the energy bow that the character from the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon had.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot that we had a crossbow in that one.
No, he had it was a short bow, but it was...
Oh, yeah.
The string and all of the arrows were made of energy.
Because God forbid him to actually, fire an actual, arrow in a kid's show.
Not sure. Well, yeah, actually, because that's part of why the G.I. Joes used lasers instead of ballistic weapons.
Yep.
So that may well have been part of the reason. I just took it as we're not going to have our characters keep track of their ammo.
That too. That could also be the case. That fixes both issues, especially for the time.
Yep.
That being said, I do have a hike that I need to do tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, so I need to bid you all adieu.
Adieu.
I was probably gonna excuse myself soon in a second too. Quick question: is my webcam blurry as shit to everybody?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it kind of
Yep.
it does that, but then it gets better. Sometimes.
My guess is that my laptop is struggling with this webcam because it looks good on my laptop, but it looks bad on what is going to be the episode on YouTube, and it also looks bad on Discord over here, and it goes in and out of focus on the time. But hopefully I'll figure that out before next time.
No worries.
Yeah, sorry, I don't need to keep anybody else about that. But yeah, thanks for playing. We'll get in touch soon to figure out when next one is.
Sounds good. And yeah, just keep me informed when we want to do the meetup and more in-depth discussion for where we want to take things.
Word, and I still haven't 100% decided if I want to make us take time out to actually meet, or if when we have a chance just put in our 2 cents in a text format.
Okay.
I feel like it's easier and faster to bounce ideas off each other if it is easy to set aside a time to meet and hang out for a while, but that's also wildly inconvenient. So we'll see which is easier to do.
Sounds like a plan. Alright.
But yeah, good game, y'all, and Dotari, welcome back, and
thank you.
See y'all next time.
Peace out.
Glad to be back. Good night, y'all.
See ya.